1. The day that Ryan Evans's world changed forever began as any other day he'd spent in the hot desert might have begun on the move, on the double. Redeploying, as they like to call it in the Army. Changing stations, changing units, changing rank, and all at a moment's notice, because when command said jump, you jumped. When command said lock and load, you got up, geared up, and went where command ordered you. It didn't matter if you were an E2 washing dishes or a lieutenant on the fast track to War College. You belonged to the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, and the chain of command. Commander Ryan Evans was temporarily on loan to an Army Joint Operational Counterintelligence Unit comprised of intel specialists from the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. As a unit they fed and bled intelligence data from satellite surveillance, human intel assets, electronic taps, and military intelligence. Pieces of data came from every corner of the intelligence spectrum, funneled down to a direct point. Bottom line, up top, as command liked to say. Most of the time verifying and assessing intel was like looking at a circuit through a telescope. Or like trying to open a tin of canned food with a tuba. But every now and then, intel was just that. Intelligence. Discovery. Ryan was an analyst, borrowed from the Navy to serve with the Army. He read reports, examined evidence, and poured more reports up the chain than the Pentagon could read. Nothing short of a human sieve. But in the end he was just one small piece on this game board called war. End of story. Or on this particular day, the beginning of a story. Advanced game theory, tactics, terrain, numbers, percentages. This was how Ryan had always viewed the world, even before he'd made the decision to pursue a career in the Navy. The last 2 years in theatre had convinced him that a career in accounting might have been the wiser choice, but he wasn't one to complain or reconsider the 16 years investment of his life. Particularly not when he was only 3 months from the end of his final tour. To be fair, his position in the military was enviable when compared to the duty of many others. Rather than entrench or advance with infantry, most of his days were spent at a desk, reviewing orders, sifting through the work of the 20 people working under him, intercepting and decoding every scrap of information gathered in a net of assets cast over a much broader region than most could possibly guess. Between satellite photos, electronic interception, UAV footage, and hard, boots-on-sand reports, the flood of information passing through his office on any given day would bury a man who couldn't view the world from a distance. Where others obsessed over each twig and leaf, Ryan kept a watchful eye on the entire forest, so to speak, searching for an enemy hidden beneath the leaves. Patterns and trends. But today command had decided that he should move to a different quadrant of his sector to take a closer look. A raid in a small village 10 miles east of Fallujah had netted what might or might not be a treasure trove of information. They called it sensitive site exploitation. He still wasn't entirely clear on why the general had decided that he should take a closer look at the bunker complex in person, particularly in a region not yet assessed for equally unknown threats. But Ryan wasn't one to question orders. Information, certainly, but not the decisions of his superiors. 8 and it was already over 100 degrees in the shade. He slapped the swinging door that led into the intel room open and sidestepped Jamil, a 21-year-old whiz kid who, like Ryan at his age, had a unique knack for pulling needles out of haystacks, as they sometimes referred to sifting through intel. "They are waiting outside with the convoy, sir. Tell them I'm on my way. You get the report on the Iranian border breaches down to General Mitchell." Last night, as promised, he dipped his head. "Carry on." Ryan surveyed the 30 by 70 room, a metal quinset hut that had been loaded with enough electronic equipment and communication cells to keep any civilian blinking for a full minute. If it happened in the Middle East, it went through this room. At the moment a dozen regulars hovered over their stations, mostly monitoring feeds rolling down their monitors. The sound of laser printers provided a constant hum, white noise that had followed Ryan most of his adult life. Lieutenant Gassier approached, cracking his neck. "We have a new batch of intel coming from the south. You sure you don't want me to take this hike?" The general had left that call up to him, but he'd kept behind his desk in the office adjacent this hall far long. A day trip out into the desert now and then could clear the cobwebs. Not that his intelligence was clouded, "It'll do me good. You got this covered. Like a lid." Ryan turned back toward the door. "Back by sunset, then. Keep your head low." He left the Quonset without acknowledging the advice. Bad luck. The tires of the armored Humvee roared on the pavement beneath Ryan's feet. He'd sat in silence for the last 10 minutes as they sped west along Highway 10 toward Fallujah. 3 clicks to the turn off. The driver, a corporal from Virginia, announced. "You okay back there, sir?" Ryan shifted his body armor to ease an itch on his left breastbone. "Fine. Air would be nice." The enlisted man next to him, Staff Sergeant Tony Santinas, chuckled. "You think this is bad, sir? Try sitting in this hot box for 8 hours at 5 miles an hour. Welcome to the Army." Ryan wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. "I can only imagine." They followed a lead Humvee and were trailed by a third, moving a good 80 miles an hour. A fast target made a hard target. On the highway, speed meant security. It also turned the Humvee into a mobile blast furnace, crushing through hot air upwards of 120 degrees. Thankfully, the reinforced windows were cracked only enough to allow good circulation. Like wind chill, when fast-moving, the hot air somewhat exacerbated the heat. Ryan stared past the sergeant at the desert. Heat waves rose off the flat desert ground on either side. That the Arabs had managed to bring life out of this desolate land served as a testament to their resourcefulness. While most Americans would shrivel up and blow away with the first dust storm, the Iraqis had thrived. It was no wonder the Babylonians had once ruled the world. A caravan of 5 huge oil tankers thundered past them, headed back toward Baghdad from Amman, Jordan. "This your first tour, Tony?" "Yes, sir." The staff sergeant shot him a nervous look. Big, blotchy freckles covered a sharp, crooked nose. A skinny kid who looked not a day over 21. "Where you from?" Ryan asked. The driver interrupted, speaking over his shoulder, "Lead vehicle is turning off. It's gonna get dusty. Hold tight. This will get bumpy." Royals of dust billowed from the tires of the lead vehicle as it exited the main highway, still moving fast. The burnt-out husk of a large transport vehicle with Arab markings lay on its side in the sand. No signs of civilization. The village in question, a collection of mud huts built around a deep water well called a one Musab, lay 8 miles north. The sergeant shifted his grip on the M16 in his hands, checked his magazine and safety without looking, eyes peeled at the desert. At nothing. But if there was one thing the American forces had learned, it was that nothing could become something in a big hurry out here in this wasteland. The driver took the corner at full speed, hanging back just far enough to stay clear of the dust from the lead vehicle. The tires' roar gave way to a cushioned WHCK, sheeing sound. Eerily quiet. "I grew up in Pennsylvania," Tony said, answering Ryan's question. "But I live in South Carolina now." "Married?" "Yes, sir." "You miss her?" Tony dug out a photograph and handed it to Ryan. "Betty," he said. The picture showed an average-looking blonde woman on the heavy side, with big hair that was out of fashion in most parts of the country. Her nose was pudgy and the teeth behind her smile could have used a year in braces. On second look, a very average woman. Maybe even homely. The sergeant stuck another picture under his nose. A newborn baby, grinning toothless. Ryan glanced up at the freckled, red-headed sergeant who made no attempt to hide his pride. "Cute, huh?" These few bits of information spread out before him were enough for Ryan's trained, calculating mind to fill in the man's life. Tony had grown up in a small town, near a coal mine, perhaps, where his selection of suitable mates had been limited to a couple dozen, of which only 2 or 3 had expressed any interest in him. Discarding any adolescent fantasy of a whirlwind romance with Jessica Alba, he'd entertained a life with Betty who, although neither pretty nor rich enough to afford braces, had a heart and, more important, had opened that heart to him. Eager for love from a woman, he'd quickly convinced himself that Betty was the best woman for him. That he loved her, which he did, of course. The baby's conception had come first. Then the wedding. Now a proud father, Tony equated mother with child and genuinely loved both. Being separated from them only intensified his feelings, absence making his heart grow the fonder. "She's a doll," Ryan said. He wasn't given to emotion, being the more calculating type, but a strange surge of empathy tugged at him. Or was it something else? He sat there in the back of the Humvee, bouncing slightly as the vehicle sped over the sandy road, gripped by the sudden realization that he wasn't so much empathetic for the snapshot he'd assigned to this man's life but rather was trying to ignore a tinge of guilt. Guilt because he had long ago given up on his own child and wife. He'd justified his decision to leave them for long stretches at a time, but in all truth he couldn't be absolutely sure if he'd left them or fled them. At the very least he'd fled Celine, his wife. Bethany was another story. Collateral damage, the unavoidable fallout from his and Celine's admittedly distant relationship. He loved Bethany, he most certainly did, but circumstances had forced him to miss most of her life. Not forced, really. Circumstances had caused him to miss most of her life due to his choice to serve. And that choice had reaped resentment from her. Ryan realized that the sergeant was holding his hand out, waiting for the picture of his wife back. He set the photograph in the man's hand. "Nice. You have any kids?" "Yes. Same as you, one daughter, though she's a bit older. 16. Her name's Bethany. Sucks, don't it?" Tony carefully slipped his 2 pictures back into the wallet he'd taken them from. Being over here. Unlike Tony here, who had nothing to live for but a wife and child back home, Ryan had chosen a far more complicated path. Not that he didn't care for Celine and Bethany, in some ways he missed them terribly. But sacrifices had to be made. For him that sacrifice had been made when he'd made the decision to accept a post in Saudi Arabia 10 years ago despite his wife's refusal to accompany him. He was the best at what he did, and his work in Saudi Arabia had saved more lives than anyone could know. He'd returned to San Antonio, where they'd lived at the time, and became immediately aware that for all their efforts to put up a good front, he and Celine could not be as close as they had once been. She couldn't understand his world and he had no interest in being a socialite. Nevertheless, he'd remained at his post in San Antonio for 2 years before accepting another overseas post, this time in Turkey. By the time he'd shipped out for Iraq, his relationship with Celine existed solely for the sake of their mutual commitment to marriage and family. If Ryan wasn't able to provide his wife with the kind of intimacy and personal friendship she desired, he would at least provide her with his loyalty as husband, protector, and provider. Generals didn't have to be in love with their troops to be GCK-D generals. Truthfully, he didn't miss Celine. Bethany, on the other hand. The thought stalled him for a moment. "You think it's worth it, sir?" "Depends. You have a job to do, right? Mission first, men second, everything else comes in third." The man stared out the dusty window. "I just never thought about what it would cost them, you know." He shook his head. "A kid changes everything. God, I miss her. "She'll be there when you get back." His guilt came from not sharing the same kind of ardor in the mind of this young sergeant who longed to be home with his wife and daughter more than anything else in life at the moment. Then again, Ryan did love his wife and daughter in a far more important way. Not a love demonstrated in gushing words or heart-wrenching desire, but by loyalty and steadfastness for not only them but for his country, for the world. The cost of separation was an acceptable sacrifice for such a noble and worthwhile calling. Still, seeing a man like Tony here, filled with eagerness to return to his very average-looking wife, had awakened that hidden sense of guilt. Interesting. "I know it's hard, Tony, but what you give up today will come back one day. You have to believe that. We're not the first to pay the price." "Price for what, sir?" "For freedom. Is that what we're doing here?" He was briefly tempted to tell the sergeant to check his loyalty, but he doubted Tony had a bone of disloyalty in his body. He was simply a young man stretched between loyalties. He shifted his body armor to ease that itch by his left breastbone again. Last time he'd worn full combat gear had been over a month ago. Ryan asked, "How many soldiers asked that same question during the Civil War? Or the Revolutionary War?" "I was thinking more along the lines of Vietnam," Tony said. "Sure, Vietnam. But it's hard to see the forest when you're in the trees. History will one day get us far away enough from this mess to tell us what we did here. Until then you won't do yourself any favors by second-guessing your mission." "Makes sense." "Yes, sir, it does. But it doesn't make it any easier, if you don't mind me, Homp." "Crap." The driver, who had been fixated on the convoy's tracks, slammed on the brakes. "Crap, down, down, down." V ahead, the road was shrouded by dust, from the lead vehicle's wheels or from the detonation, Ryan couldn't tell. But there was no mistaking that sound. Either a rocket-propelled grenade or an anti-tank mine, he didn't have the field experience to know which was which any longer. "Get on the 50, the driver screamed. "RPG, RPG, incoming fire Homp." This time behind them. "Move, move." Tony yelled. "We're sitting targets." That they were under assault was not a matter of question. The driver slammed his foot on the accelerator. "Hold on, we're going through." The Humvee surged forward into the boiling sand and smoke. Ryan instinctively crouched as much as the back of the seat in front of him allowed him to, but he kept his eyes ahead, where a cloud of dust and smoke now plumed skyward. The driver keyed his radio and veered to his right using one hand to drive. "Convoy Echo 1, this is 3, come back." "What the heck's going on?" The radio crackled static. "Crap." Into the radio again. "Convoy Echo 1, this is 3. Caboose, you got me." Over his shoulder, to the sergeant, "Get up in the 50, Tony. I can't see anything." Still nothing from either the lead vehicle or the one trailing them. The dust directly in front of them cleared enough to reveal a plume of black smoke boiling to the sky ahead. Orange fire licked at the hot desert air. "Crap, hold on, hold on." The Humvee swerved a wide right, then hooked to the left in a tight U-turn. Ryan grabbed the door handle to keep himself from plowing into the sergeant, who was plastered against his window. Most vehicles would have tipped with such a sharp turn, but the Army's workhorse loaded with nearly a half-ton of armor wasn't easy to roll on flat ground. Odd how different minds work in moments of sudden, catastrophic stress. Ryan's tended to retreat into itself, bearing the cold calculation that had served it so well in his intelligence training. He had no clue how to extricate them from the present crisis, but he could analyze the attack better than most chess players leaning over on a cool summer day. 1. They were taking enemy fire, a combination of shoulder-fired RPGs and machine gun fire now slamming into the armor like pneumatic hammers. 2. Both the lead vehicle and the Humvee that had brought up the rear had likely taken direct hits. 3. The absence of radio chatter likely meant that the glass next to the driver imploded. Blood sprayed across the far window. The Humvee swerved off the road, into a short ditch, and slammed into the far embankment. 4. The driver of the second vehicle, the one in which Ryan was riding, had been killed, and the Humvee had plowed into a ditch, where it would be hit at any moment with an RPG. Silence settled around him with the ticks of a hot engine. Ryan lunged over the seat, grabbed the radio, and spoke quickly into the mic. Home run, this is Echo 1 Actual, on convoy to Fallujah. We're taking heavy fire, anti-armor, small weapons. All vehicles down, I repeat, all 3 Humvees are out, over. A moment's hesitation, then the calm, efficient response of a dispatcher all too familiar with similar calls. Hold tight, Echo 1, we are clearing close air support, and medevac en route. ETA 17 minutes. What's your sitrep, over. Assuming all personnel are clear. My Humvee is sideways in a ditch, 4 clicks north of the highway. You can't miss the smoke. Roger. Hold tight. It occurred to him that he'd heard nothing from Tony. He spun back, saw the soldier slumped in his seat, one hand gripping his M16, the other stretched toward the canopy, as if still reaching up to deploy the M2.50 caliber machine gun, topside. No blood that he could see. Could be a non-visible wound from shrapnel, could be the impact had knocked him out. Sergeant. Ryan slapped the man's face several times, got nothing, and quickly relieved him of his weapon. Images of flames crackling through the cabin pushed him to the brink of panic. He took a deep breath. This is no different. Just another mission. One step at a time. Never mind that this particular mission didn't involve a pencil or a computer, it was still just one step at a time. Ryan reached over the driver's corpse, took the modular radio from the console, grabbed his door handle, cranked it open, and rolled to the sand, relieved to be free of the coffin. He lunged back into the Humvee, grabbed the sergeant by his belt, and dragged him out. The soldier landed on the ground and groaned. Still, no more gunfire. Their objective was now simple. Stay quiet, stay down, stay alive. Survive, watch, wait for the helicopters. Air support was now the only link to survival for either of them. Rising smoke from the wreckage would be visible from a long way off. Where are we? Tony had come to. We were hit, Ryan whispered, scanning the desert for any sign of the enemy. Unlikely. They'd perfected the art of hitting and running, knowing that when the Apaches showed up, any attempt at fight or flight was doomed to failure. Insurgents with the skill to remain hidden in a flat desert, likely under the sand, and take out 3 Humvees definitely had the brains to bug out so they could fight another day. We have support coming, he said, turning back. Something black, like a sledgehammer or a rifle butt, slammed into Ryan's forehead. Pain shot down his spine and he fought to hang on to something, anything. Another blow landed, and only now did his calculating mind wonder if it was a bullet rather than a sledgehammer or a rifle butt that had struck his head. Bethany Evans scanned through her Hotmail account, looking for a call back from her agent at Tripton, the modeling agency she'd signed with 3 months earlier. The jobs had been fairly small, mostly clothing catalogs, everything from style wear to Sears. 2 television spots, including working as an extra, toning her body for a Gold's Gym ad, and one of 3 high school babes to kiss a guy in the lip gloss piece for Severe Lip Service, a rather funky brand name, if anyone was asking her. This time it was a cover. A clothing catalog cover for Youth Nation. Assuming that she got it, which her agent, Stevie Barton, had all but guaranteed, over 5 million buyers who received the fall catalogue would see her face. Is it there? Patty asked. Bethany shifted her cell to the other ear. Hold on. Good night, can you believe the junk that gets through these days? Whatever. It's probably all the huge fashion magazines throwing free products at you to get you into their stuff. Gimme a break. Seriously, you know that's what happens. You make it and they start to send you free stuff. Like football players getting free shoes, that kind of thing. I'm a model, Patty. 1 in 1,000 faces in a million magazines. We're not talking Angelina Jolie here. Where do you think she started? I swear, Beth, you gotta get me in there. I still can't believe all this is happening to you. You're going to be freaking famous. Bethany's hand paused over the mouse. Famous? The word had an odd ring to it. She'd never agreed to her mother's urging to take a few modeling classes and build her portfolio out of any desire to be famous. She was only 16 years old, for heaven's sake, famous. She wasn't even sure what that word meant anymore. It wasn't like she was going to Hollywood or taking up singing lessons any time. She was simply making her way on her own, as her mother put it. Making good on what was given her. Which just happened to be decent looks, a pretty smile on a body that looked 18, albeit a short 18. Don't say that, she said. Whatever. You're gonna be freaking famous and everyone knows it. Shut up. I'm serious, Patty. I'm going to be a doctor, not some face everyone. She caught her breath as the email scrolled into view. From the desk of Stevie Barton. The Tripton Agency. Austin, Texas. Patty noted her pause. Matt. You got it, didn't you? Hold on. She double-clicked on the email and read it quickly. Bethany, congratulations, sweetie. You got it. They want you in New York in 3 weeks for the photo shoot. 1 week, $20,000 as discussed. You're going to be the poster child for Youth Nation this fall. This is just the beginning. Call Stevie. Bethany blinked. Heat drained from her face as the realization of what this could mean settled over her. Perhaps she'd been just a tad too quick to dismiss a life of stardom. She nearly dropped her cell phone. You got it? Patty demanded. Bethany couldn't help herself now. She squealed. And despite her loathing of little girls who jumped up and down with their fists clenched, she did just that. Squealing like a little girl, Patty's voice squealed over the line with her. I knew it, I freaking knew it. Read it to me. Sitting back down, out of breath and feeling slightly ashamed of her display of emotion, thank God no one had seen her, Bethany read the email to Patty. Just the freaking beginning. What did I freaking tell you? Is everything freaking with you? Heck yeah. Now it is. And I'm going with you. To New York. Where else? Broadway, baby. The complexities that might result from this small trip to New York to become the next poster child for Youth Nation began to present themselves to Bethany. For starters, it was now late August and school started next week. School meant cheerleading, and she'd landed leader on the varsity squad. Leader had to make every practice. The rules were clear and Coach Carter wasn't the kind to bend them for a magazine cover. When is homecoming this year? She asked. The phone was silent. 2nd week in September. I think you're right. That's not good. Patty clearly understood the importance of the issue, should it arise. But her appreciation for all things pop culture, not the least of which was fame, outweighed her appreciation for leading 2,000 red-blooded, Texas-bred teenage boys in a cheer while wearing a miniskirt, though it had to be a close call. Forget homecoming. You're going to be famous. Predictable. I'll call you back. Hold on. Are you going? I've got to tell my mother. Bethany hung up and flew down the stairs 2 at a time, spun around the railing at the bottom, and ran for the kitchen. She slid to a stop in stocking feet and faced her mother, who was on the phone. Mom, her mother's hand flew up, palm demanding silence as she bore down on her own conversation. I got it. Her mother snapped her fingers and pointed at her face, scowling. Her way of saying, shut your mouth, can you see I'm on the phone? Of course I can, Celine. Can you see that your daughter has something more important to say than anything you're gossiping about at the moment? She didn't say it, of course. Instead she crossed her arms and drilled her mother with a stare that Celine hated with a passion. They are letting him out? He's only been locked up for 2 years. Celine walked to the far side of the kitchen to avoid the heat of Bethany's stare. Bethany stepped around the counter and waited, ignoring a quick glare. What about all the evidence? Surely they can't just set him free on a technicality. You nailed that freak. Her mother was talking to Burton Welsh, the district attorney. Now there was an interesting thread in her convoluted web of relationships. How Celine managed to work her way into the lives of such powerful people never ceased to amaze Bethany. Celine should have been a politician. She'd met that during his investigation of the Bone Man after the killer had abducted a girl from Bethany's high school, St. Michael's Academy, where Celine served on the PTA board. The rest was history, as they said. Bethany slid to her right so that her mother could see her. What does this mean for you? Her mother asked, turning her back again. She had to be nearing the limits of her tolerance. In a softer voice now, it'll fine, Bert. Don't let them back you down. A pause. I have to go, I'm sorry. My daughter seems to think that the sky is falling. She offered a short, forced chuckle. I will. Goodbye. She clicked off and turned quickly, waving her cell phone. How many times do I have to tell you how rude that is? Was I on the phone when you crashed in here? I got it. I don't care what you got, you're not the only one who lives in this house. We share space, you and I. That means you respect my space and I pay for yours, and we all know how expensive that can be. I swear, the next time you pull a stunt like that, I'm cutting you off. You hear me? Bethany felt her face grow hot. Her mother could be such a child at times, a condition that had grown far worse over this last year, while her father was off killing people in Iraq. At times like this Bethany wasn't sure whom she resented more. Are you done? I don't know, are you? It was too much. She lost interest in sharing what might very well be the most important news in her short life with this woman who called herself a mother. Aren't you forgetting something? Bethany asked. What? In this space of ours, as you call it, you're the parent. I'm the daughter. So act your age. Her mother blinked, but she always blinked to show shock, even though she was rarely truly shocked. It was like role-playing, all a part of what made Celine the manipulating monster she'd slowly become. How dare you speak to me that way? I'm your mother. Bethany felt a knot building in her throat. And I'm your daughter. They faced each other in silence, Celine with drawn lips, Bethany trying to hold back a torrent of repressed feelings ABL1T what she summarily thought of as her abandonment. Her mother was here, but never here for her. Always off chasing herself through a string of relationships with men, slaving to keep herself from adding a pound of unwanted fat, regretting every day she lived because it brought her one day closer to 40. Her father wasn't self-absorbed. He simply wasn't. His abandonment of them both hadn't become apparent to her until she'd grown old enough to piece it all together. He was clueless about both Celine's unfaithfulness and Bethany's need for a father. She would settle for her mother's selfishness over her father's ignorance most any day. Most. At the moment her mother's complete failure to be a mother was pushing Bethany to the brink. Her mother finally set the phone on the counter and turned her eyes away. What's so urgent, you little narcissist? Forget it. Bethany turned and walked out of the kitchen, eyes misted and blurry. At times like this, hate wouldn't be the wrong word to express her feelings. She hated her mother for being her mother, and she hated her father for not being there to rescue her from her mother. "So what, you're just going to walk away now?" her mother snapped, following her. "Get back here." Bethany kept walking. "Look, I'm sorry." "Is that what you want to hear? This is hard for all of us, you know. You think trying to be a parent alone is easy? You aren't the only one, Ryan left. Forgive me if I'm not perfect all the time." More manipulation, built on truths, used at the right moment to get the desired response. But Bethany had a hard time empathizing with her mother's incessant talk of being deserted by her man, particularly when she replaced him with other men, which she had no difficulty doing. If anything, her father's absence was a convenience for Celine, for her game. It was Bethany, not her mother, who'd been abandoned. Her mother suddenly gasped behind her. "You got the cover." Bethany stopped. "You got the cover of Youth Nation, didn't you?" The coldness in her mother's tone had melted away. Bethany took a deep breath and pushed back her anger. "Yes." Her mother's feet quickly padded across the wood floor. "I'm so proud of you, Angel." Celine's hand touched her shoulder, but Bethany pulled back. "Don't call me that. You know I hate it." "Oh, get over yourself." Celine hugged her. Her father used to call Bethany Angel when she was a young child. But in his leaving, he'd treated her like anything but an angel, and she resented the name. That her mother would choose the term at a time like this was criminal. "Welcome to Mother's World." Vivan Celine pulled back, her eyes were bright, oblivious to her painful jab. "Why didn't you tell me? When did you find out?" "That's wonderful news." Bethany didn't bother answering the questions, they were placeholders, not notes of interest. "How much are they paying?" "20,000. They want me in New York in 3 weeks for a photo shoot." Wonder filled her mother's eyes. "I am so proud of you." And for all of her antics, Bethany knew she meant it. This was why she would stay loyal to her mother. "So you really think I should do this, huh? Are you kidding? This is fantastic. Don't you worry, I'll be with you every step of the way. We'll go to New York and we'll have a hoot. There's no way you can waste this opportunity. I might miss homecoming." Bethany could see the wheels turning behind her mother's eyes. "Not missing a beat," she said. "Don't you worry, leave the coach to me." She headed back toward the kitchen. "You just stick with me, Bethany. We play our cards right, we'll rule the world." Which is more than I can say for the lame duck who calls himself your father. There was a time when Bethany would have objected with a comment about how he was still her father, but she'd forgotten how she'd felt back then. She might not agree with the way her mother had conducted herself these past few years while Bian was off playing war, but she found herself wondering what it would be like to have a different father. One who cared enough to participate in her life. Maybe that would have been the best solution for all of them. Her mind flashed back to her mother's phone conversation. What was that Bert Welsh was saying? Her mother glanced back, as if undecided about telling. But she did. Some craziness about the Bone Man being released from prison. The voice echoed around the edges of his consciousness, like a speaker in a murmuring crowd whose words rose above the cacophony to be heard, if only barely. "Wake, wake." An image of waves crashing to shore while Ryan and his younger brother, Pete, stood with their wakeboards, ready to rush into the receding waters, joined the voice. Pete had been killed in a car crash 10 years or so ago. Had it really been so long? Maybe he was dead. "Wake up! Wake up!" Something struck his cheek and the sting jerked him away from the murmuring crowd into a lonely, dark place. "Wake up!" Another hard slap chased away the darkness. The horizon turned red and he heard himself groan. Yes. Yes, you're going to finally join us. His memory of the firefight lit up his mind like a bomb blast. The Humvees had been hit, he'd survived, the staff sergeant had survived, he'd been struck and knocked unconscious. He was alive and in the presence of someone who spoke with a heavy Arab accent. Open your eyes. His eyelids fluttered open to see a dimly lit room. The details fell into his mind, simple facts that painted a picture that could only be interpreted in its entirety. No conclusion yet, no need to rush to judgment. Bad intel got more soldiers killed than bullets. Concrete walls. An old wood door. No windows. A metal table on his right, stacked with papers. He was seated in a chair and his hands were bound behind him. One dim bulb hung overhead, shrouded by a green metal shade. An empty corkboard hung on the wall directly ahead of him. 3 Arab men dressed in dirty tan slacks and shirts stood in the room. 2 of them leaned against the wall and cradled AK-47s. The third, presumably the speaker, paced directly in front of Ryan, one hand resting on his holstered pistol, the other limp by his side. So then he had been taken captive by what appeared to be 3 insurgents or terrorists who held him either deep within a building, judging by the lack of windows, or underground, a more likely scenario. Ryan shifted his arms, heard the chains around his wrists more than he felt them, and settled. To say that he wasn't concerned would have been a gross understatement, but he refused to allow fear to gain any foothold. He was alive, which was far better than the fate the others had suffered. Or was it? They would either torture him for what information he could give them, a thought that he shoved away, or they would use him as a political tool and eventually kill him. The man who'd slapped him leaned close enough for him to headbutt, clearly he'd been born a fighter rather than a thinker. Ryan was a man of considerable size, weighing in at 190 pounds, give or take, standing at just 6 feet, and the Navy kept him fit, but he'd never struck or taken a blow in his life. Can you hear me? The man's breath smelled like clean dirt. Like most Middle Easterners, he valued cleanliness far more than your typical Westerner, even here in the desert, assuming he hadn't been out long enough to have been driven to a city. The man would take care to bathe each day. Ryan could still smell the soap on him. He tried to speak but nothing came from his parched mouth, so he cleared his throat and tried again. Good. He closed the distance so that his nose came within inches of Ryan's. He wore a beard and red checkered headdress, which placed him firmly in the camp of what most hastily called extremists. But the Middle Eastern psyche wasn't so easy to categorize. There were dozens of ideologies, each with its own long history, each with its own complaints, all with an understandable perspective, if you looked at the world through the right lenses. You may call me Khalid. And until I know your true name, I will call you Kent. You're a race of Supermans, you Americans, aren't you? One of the men behind him murmured in Arabic, and we are the Lex Luthor. The other chuckled. If they didn't know his name or rank, they wouldn't know that he spoke a fair amount of Arabic. Khalid, clearly not his real name, pulled back and placed both hands behind his back. If you're wondering, the rest of your friends are dead. We were able to escort you away from the scene before the helicopters arrived. You're now alone here with us, for us to use as we see fit. Does this bother you? Ryan answered honestly, yes. Good. Then I don't mind telling you that we have the full intention of bothering you even more. Much more, I would say, judging by your relative lack of concern. The man's impeccable grasp of the English language, spoken without a hint of a British accent, meant he'd probably studied at an Ivy League school in the States. Harvard or Stanford, perhaps. The education wasn't surprising, but the fact that such a valuable man would be involved in a simple hit-and-run outside of Fallujah was highly unusual. Vivek could only mean that their mission hadn't been designed as a simple hit-and-run. A slight smirk crossed Khalid's face. Mad are you, Kent? An intelligence officer? Special forces? Why do your eyes show no fear? Or perhaps you are stupid? Unfamiliar with the methods we use to press back the butchers who have invaded our land? Ryan found some encouragement in the man's assessment even though he knew he was being manipulated. You are here for a purpose, Kent. You are our poster child, and with you we will send a message to the world. To do that we will need to break you. Because our mission is so critical, we will use any and all means to break you. If you're as intelligent as you appear, you know we've already begun. Do you know this? Good. This bunker is 30 feet beneath the ground, too far from any housing for your spies to notice any coming or going. No one will find you, no one will hear your screams. You should be wishing we'd pointed the RPG at your Humvee instead, yes. The thought had crossed my mind. Well then. You can say more than yes. Do you mind telling me, Kent, why you are here in my country? Ryan hesitated, considering his options. He could clam up and hasten the inevitable smashing of bones or electrocution or a myriad of other techniques perfected in these deserts. Or he could engage them, hoping to stall them while he looked for alternatives. He opted for the latter. I'm following orders, he said. Yes, I'm sure you are. As am I. In the end, does it really matter which of us does a better job? Will lives be saved? Freedom won? I don't know. The man paced back and forth now, hands still behind his back, like an interrogator from an old World War XI movie. Then let me help you know a few things. Assume for a moment that you are God. That this is really all about you and your children. He motioned to the outer wall as he spoke. Can you think in terms of God, or are you an atheist like so many of your countrymen? Yes, you are an atheist, or yes, you believe in God. I believe in God. And you believe He loves His children? All of His children? Well then, tell me, if you can, how God feels when He looks down and sees this war of yours. Assuming God feels anything, I'm sure war bothers Him. If you were God, Kent, how would you feel? Please try to stay in character. Ryan glanced around the room. The only way out was through the WCKD door, but that hardly discouraged him. He was shackled in place, there would be no escape from this hole. All he had was his mind, and he had to keep it active. Focus, please. Ryan looked back at his interrogator. I suppose I would feel disturbed. Why? Why would you feel disturbed? Because your children were being killed. Yes. But he didn't feel any emotional connection with the man's point. So then, like me, on at least one level, you are saddened by this war. Yes. But also like you, I'm bound by my duty to those who have my loyalty. Your loyalty is to man, not God. God hasn't issued any orders lately, Ryan said. And if He did, would you follow them, or would you follow the orders given to you by man? Ryan didn't respond. He knew where the man was headed, but his approach was meaningless because, unlike many Muslims who believed they were following God in political matters, his own belief in was far too distant to consider in the same thought. In truth, everything that happens here in the desert leads back to God, Khalid said. But I can see you don't follow God the way I do. As I thought. So I'm not going to bother manipulating you with an appeal to His will. I'll have to follow our original plan and attempt to test your own will. Is that okay with you? Not really, no. You're honest, I like that. We're going to find out just how honest you are. He nodded at the man closest to the door, who pulled open the latch, spoke quietly to someone outside, and disappeared into a dark hall. A tunnel. It may take us a few days, that's up to you, but eventually you will see the world the way we see it. The soldier returned with a camera case and a tripod. He latched the door and began setting it up. We're going to film you so that we can show the world what we have learned here today. I hope you don't object. It's the truth we want, nothing more. We don't care about your rank and serial number, you'll gladly give us that before we're done. We're more interested in your heart. In God's heart, assuming you're still in character. A thin chill snaked down Ryan's spine. The interrogation was taking a turn that, for all of its similarities to the hundreds of cases he'd been exposed to during his career, felt profoundly different, beginning with the choice of Khalid's language. He looked at his interrogator, who was now smiling. You don't have enough footage of American soldiers condemning the war. We do, yes. And we won't need any more from you. Then what? An unnerving quiet settled over them as the soldier with the camera carefully set up the tripod, mounted the Panasonic, inserted a tape, and plugged the unit into an extension cord. We have enough gasoline to run the generator for 3 days. If it takes longer, we will refill the tanks. But it's not gasoline that I'm concerned with running out of. He glanced at the cameraman, who was looking through the lens. Are we set? The man nodded. Turn it on. A red light was the only indicator that the camera was live. Khalid crossed to the table, scooped up a stack of papers and a handful of tacks, and then stepped over to the corkboard. He began to pin 8 VEX 11-inch sheets of photocopied images up on the board in a neat row. Pictures of collapsed buildings, chunks of concrete immediately recognizable as the handiwork of explosives. The photographs had been taken on the ground, some slightly blurred, as if the photographer had taken them in haste. He'd seen volumes of war images, enough to deaden his mind to all but the worst. But there was something about the presentation of these pictures that he found disturbing. Then he saw it, hardly distinguishable from the chunks of rubble, broken and twisted limbs. The evidence of bodies that had been trapped and crushed under the weight of the crumbling building. Khalid went calmly about the business of pinning more photographs on the wall, one at a time, until he had 12 of them in 2 rows of 6 each. The last 8 were close-ups, showing a dusty arm thrust out from the space between several large blocks. A very thin, small hand that was attached to a boy or girl younger than 10, hidden under tons of stone. 3 different pictures of this arm, broken above the child's elbow, hanging limp, dusty but not bloody. Ryan now saw limbs between the cracks in the rubble. All children, noticed only upon a second look, then noticed singularly, as if the mounds of broken building didn't even exist. His stomach turned. Khalid turned around and stepped aside. Do you recognize these, Kent? Did he? No, he didn't think so, Mr. Kent. No. No, I don't. Of course you don't. Your pictures come from high in the sky, where your collateral damage is safely hidden from the public eye. Khalid took a deep breath. His lip quivered. I, on the other hand, do recognize these photographs because I took them. If you look carefully you will see my daughter's arm in the 3rd photograph from the left at the bottom. The next 2 are also Sophie. And the next one is of my son's leg. The man's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, then he stepped to his right. They were 7 and 9 when your bombs fell from the sky and crushed the apartment next to the one I'd sent my wife and 4 children to for safekeeping. They all died that day. Their bones were broken and crushed. It is hard for me to imagine the pain they must have felt. Ryan didn't know how to respond to this man's obvious heartache. I'm going to leave you with these pictures for a while, Kent. I want you to stare at my children. At God's children, lying broken on the ground, and I want you to feel their pain. The way GCKI feels pain. And when you have done that, I will return and we can go to the next step. Fair enough. For the first time since waking, Ryan felt completely out of his element. Khalid dipped his head and left the room, followed by the others. Ryan sat alone under the steady gaze of the camera's red blinking light and the handiwork of collateral damage. For Ricky Valentine sat with her right leg crossed over her left, slowly swinging her foot as she studied Mort Cracker's brooding grey eyes. A crew cut topped the assistant director in charge's large square head, giving him the appearance of a softer, kinder version of Frankenstein, sans scars. The conversation in the room had stalled. If the defense attorney's latest filing with the court bore up under judicial scrutiny, Phil Switzer, aka BoneMan, could very well be walking the streets 2 weeks from now, and all eyes would be on the who'd put him behind bars. Burton Welsh, the man who now served as Austin's district attorney in large part because of his highly touted prosecution of BoneMan 2 years prior, stared at them from his perch against the windowsill, one hand across his waist, the other stroking up his chin, as though scratching at a thought. Welsh might be on the bubble here, but Ricky had been the FBI's lead investigator in the case. She, more than the, had been responsible for BoneMan's capture and conviction. There would be more than enough scrutiny to go around if the folder on the chief's desk contained the truth. So? Welsh demanded. So, Cracker glanced between them, we have us a problem. Although not directly responsible for the investigation, Mort Cracker's oversight of the case wouldn't be dismissed. Not to mention the well-known fact that Cracker had essentially fed the case to Burt Welsh, whose relationship with him extended all the way back to UT School of Law. Here, in this room, sat the 3 law enforcement professionals who may very well have put an innocent man behind bars. Even worse, they had possibly left a serial killer to take more victims, always careful to cover his tracks. You're not actually suggesting you believe this load of crap, Welsh said, shoving a thick finger at the wall. That man is as guilty as a pregnant nun. That's why we prosecuted, that's why he's serving time. He crossed the room and towered over Ricky. You led the investigation, the file on him is a foot thick. Uncomfortable under his shadow, Ricky stocked. Welsh wore a tailored blue suit that hid his muscled frame well, but at 6'3", there was no hiding his power. Standing a mere 5'2" if she stretched, Ricky felt like a mouse next to him. She walked toward the window he'd vacated. And you know as well as I do that the blood samples from the last victim connected the evidence and sealed the case. Cracker put his elbows on his desk. Which they say was contrived. Defense says that they can prove it came from the same sample taken to run him through VCAP, and that we broke the chain of evidence. Like I said, we have a problem. Assuming this evidence of theirs pans out, Welsh said. He took a seat in the chair Ricky had left. Either way, Switzer's as guilty as sin. Ricky nodded. Probably. But that doesn't help us in appellate court. Double jeopardy, he can't be tried for the same crime twice. Unless and until we find another victim to link to the case, we're stuck. I understand the legal problem, Welsh shot back. But if you think I'm just going to sit by and wait for him to take another victim before I do anything, you don't know me. When news of this leaks, the city will go nuts. The Bone Man, so dubbed by Ricky for his mo of killing his victims by breaking their bones without breaking their skin, had left a total of 7 victims behind, all in plain sight, all in quiet Texas neighborhoods, from El Paso to Austin, where he'd taken his last 2 before being caught. Assuming the man they'd put away really was Bone Man. I'm not saying we have the wrong man, Ricky said. I'm simply pointing out the challenge we're facing. Welsh exposed his true concern. I don't need to restate what this means to me, Mort. Personally. We all have professional and personal stakes in this case, Mort returned. That doesn't change the challenge Ricky's addressing. Don't patronize me. He took a breath. There's more at stake here than Bone Man and his victims. I'm trying to run a city. The last thing the city needs is more fear-mongering over a case like this. The media will sensationalize and speculate for millions of people who don't think for themselves. Next thing you know, schools will close and people will be hiding in their homes. Like happened in DC, with the sniper. I thought the mayor ran the city, Ricky said. Does he know yet? The man shot her an angry glare. Easy, Ricky. Of course he knows. I have his full support. Support for what? Don't be so naive. We have to shut this down. For all of our sakes, for the sake of the city, for the sake of justice on behalf of millions, not just one man. Ricky wasn't sure she understood him correctly. She'd always thought of Welsh as a bull, stomping to run over anyone who stepped into his ring, but she'd never pegged him as one to subvert the laws he'd been elected to uphold. Her boss leaned back in his chair and cast a furtive glance at her. I don't think any of us disagree that we need to deal with this in an appropriate manner, he said carefully. We have over 2,000 man-hours logged on a case to bring a criminal to justice. No one's suggesting we just let him walk. But we are facing evidence here that undermines our position. We can't just ignore it. Welsh slammed his palm on the chair's arm. Then find me more evidence. Ricky thought about asking him what he meant by find. But she held her tongue. There has to be something we can use to nail this shut. Another blood sample, maybe overlooked by the lab, DNA evidence that was overlooked because we had what we needed. Anything? Her boss spread his palms. Ricky. Her mind quickly rehearsed the details of the case she'd lived and breathed 2 years earlier. BoneMan's first victim had been found in El Paso, Texas. 17-year-old Susan Carter, who'd gone missing after going out for milk on a Tuesday night, had finally turned up in an abandoned barn. The police had immediately asked the FBI for assistance, and Ricky had been the federal agent assigned to the case. The image of Susan's bruised and broken body staked to the ground in a circle of candles had haunted Ricky's nights for a year. Though she'd been missing for a week, post-mortem evidence from blood pooling, edema, and decomposition revealed that she'd been dead less than 36 hours when they'd found her. The evidence response team from the Dallas field office revealed a dim reflection of Susan's ordeal during the 4 days she'd spent with her captor. The killer had gone to great lengths to break the victim's bones, one at a time, without so much as scratching the skin, likely beginning with her fingers and working his way to larger bones over a period of days. The only blood found at the scene had come from rope burns at her wrists and ankles. No evidence of sexual assault. No bodily secretions that didn't belong to the victim. No hair, no fiber, no prints. They took castings of tire tracks where a vehicle had been parked and of boot impressions left, apparently without any effort to conceal them. The hemp rope was a common variety, as were the tent stakes used to pin the body down. So the killer shopped at True Value and paid in cash, nothing traceable. Lab analysis later told them that they were likely looking for a Ford F-150 truck, based on the position and depth of the tire impressions, but half the county drove similar trucks. The size 13 were made by Brahma and were as common in Texas as tumbleweed. They had a male killer who weighed roughly 170 to 200 pounds, wore Brahma boots, and drove a Ford F-150 pickup. Helpful, but by no means isolating. In the Republic of Texas, everybody wore boots and drove trucks and could sing Dixie from memory. Although the motivation wasn't clear, Ricky had been the first to suggest that they were looking at a twisted kind of crucifixion taken from the Roman tradition of breaking the bones of those they crucified to speed their death. The bones of Jesus hadn't been broken at his crucifixion, an unusual detail that had been foretold by the prophet Isaiah and often cited by Christians as one piece of evidence that Jesus was the Messiah. Either way, they knew they were looking for an acutely psychotic individual who found some kind of justice or deviant satisfaction in going to such great lengths without a clear cause. Motive? Rage rather than pleasure was his reason for what appeared to be a ritualistic killing. The killer was new to VCAP, and his profile presented an entirely new case study in motivation. Not sexual, but predatory. Not bloody, but extremely violent. It was a murder of detailed planning, and there was nothing on the web to profile this level of intensity with an unclear motive. 39 days later, BoneMan's second victim was found in Lubbock, Texas, roughly 300 miles northeast of his first victim. This time in an apartment building. He was on the move. A traveling salesman with an alter ego or a deeply antisocial sense of self. Another girl, Heather Newlander, 13 years old. No tire or boot prints this time, but the execution had occurred in precisely the same manner as before. Now they had a transient serial killer. The news had picked up on the story and worry began to spread. A murderer, now being called BoneMan, was at large in Texas. The third victim had been found in Abilene, Texas, roughly 150 miles southeast of Lubbock, 2 months later. Photographs of young Eileen Rondes's broken body found their way to the press. In the space of 24 hours the BoneMan became national news and horror began to take root in Texas. They now had 3 dead young women on a clear path headed east toward the larger cities in Texas. On the television screen the maps looked as though they were plotting a black plague methodically working its way east. A monster of the most sinister kind, out of the FBI's reach, breaking the bones of the Republic of Texas's most innocent children. An exaggeration of course, but in Ricky's way of thinking, not by much. The fourth victim had been found in Mansfield, near Fort Worth. The fifth in Waco, South. The last 2 in Austin, Texas. Brandy Lewis, a 19-year-old grocery clerk who worked at the H-E-B on the corner of Highway 71 and B Cave Road, and Linda Owens, a 14-year-old high school freshman who attended St. Michael's Catholic Academy. Austin had reacted as it should have, with outrage. With fear. With a cry for the mayor, the governor, the FBI, the police, anybody and everybody to do something. Anything, just stop this madness. Standing in Cracker's office now, mind spinning over the past, Ricky wondered if the district attorney hadn't done just that. Anything. Or more to the point, planted the one drop of blood they'd found in Linda Owens's hair as a means to take the one suspect they all suspected off the streets. Ricky had built her case methodically, in the same manner she'd built a dozen other cases during her 10 years with the FBI. She'd already garnered a strong reputation in the Bureau as a motivated investigator who did not know how to quit. But the BoneMan case had worn her to a thread. Welsh was right. They had a file full of evidence that pointed to Phil Switzer, but only the blood was definitive. Only the blood placed him at the scene of only the last victim. And now the sample was being challenged. Switzer had first shown up on Ricky's radar when police had responded to neighbors' complaints of odors emanating from his mobile home in Waco. There they found a 47-year-old male who lived alone in a house full of cats, 6 of which he'd strangled. Disturbing, but by no means a connection to the BoneMan. The fact that he drove a 1978 Ford F-150 with Bridgestone tires matching the tread they'd found at 3 of BoneMan's crime scenes was more interesting to Ricky. The fact that Switzer also wore size 13 that matched the impressions of those left at the crime scenes was enough to move him to the top of the FBI's suspect list. A complete search of his mobile home turned up the man's penchant for Bibles and pictures of his mother, who'd passed away 1 year earlier. All the evidence matched the BoneMan's new FBI psychological profile on Vicar, but they had no direct evidence of Phil Switzer's movements over the previous year. Further complicating the matter was the fact that Switzer was a deaf-mute who refused to cooperate with any form of interrogation. Ricky had persuaded local law enforcement to back away from any prosecution for his animal cruelty and ordered 24-hour surveillance. On the day that Linda Owens was killed, the surveillance on Switzer had failed, for reasons still unclear. Sloppy police work. An agent negligent on a camera system. But when a drop of blood had been found in the victim's hair, probable cause had forced Switzer to give the FBI a sample of his blood. 6 hours later they had the match. The blood sample taken from Phil Switzer matched the drop of blood found on the victim. They had found BoneMan. 4 months later, a jury of 12 convicted Phil Switzer on 1 count of first-degree murder and sentenced him to death. Any ideas? Cracker asked, prodding her from her recollection. She shook her head. Except for the blood. This wasn't what Welsh wanted to hear. Come on, you can't possibly be telling the rest is all circumstantial, you know that as well as I do, she snapped, letting her frustration with his insistence break through the stood and paced to the oak bookcase on the far wall, hands on hips. We took a serial killer off the streets. The murders stopped when we put him away. The whole world knows we got the right guy. He turned back and stared at both of them. And now you're telling me we can't pull together any evidence to keep him where he belongs? You're the prosecutor, you tell us, Cracker said. I am telling you. I need evidence, and I need it in the next 2 weeks. We have closed the case, Bert. Then open it. Focus on the other murders. I need enough to convince the judge to let me hold Switzer as a person of interest while we build another case. You're the FBI, so it's a federal case now. Yes, they got an appeal, so let's get enough on this guy to obtain a stay of appeal from the judge. Double jeopardy is only on his side if he gets an acquittal. Let's not give him that chance. In a common-sense way, what the was suggesting made perfect sense, but they all knew that legal proceedings didn't necessarily follow common sense. He was asking for the impossible. Ricky asked the question that none of them seemed eager to put on the table. And what if we really did put the wrong man behind bars? We didn't. Even worse, what if the blood really was planted by someone on our team? Switzer's attorneys are hinting at a lawsuit that could do some damage. The steady look said it all. Bingo. And we can't let that happen. I think we all understand the situation, Cracker said. Let's reopen the case. Ricky 5 Khalid's decision to leave Ryan alone with a camera and 12 pictures of broken limbs worked both against Ryan and for him. Against him in that the photographs were disturbing. For him in that Khalid's intentions gave his mind something to consider. A puzzle to piece together. A string of new dots to connect with the picture he was already forming. Data to prove with the absorption and care that he'd trained his mind to apply when confronted with disconnected pieces of information. The camera's purpose was obviously to record his every reaction on tape and transmit those reactions real-time to a monitor now being watched by Khalid himself. In addition, the camera was meant to keep Ryan on guard. Like any organ, the mind could only function so long before tiring, and remaining on guard would hasten that exhaustion. An obvious intention on Khalid's part. Less obvious were the photographs of the broken children. Again, the mystery of them was undoubtedly designed to wear on his mind as much as the horror they presented. It was unlikely that Khalid had any idea what Ryan's occupation was, but he'd scored one small victory because Ryan couldn't help but to set his mind on overdrive in an attempt to understand the mystery put before him. Vivat did Khalid, who had been very thoughtful in this abduction, hope to gain by making this particular choice? Beyond pointing out the obvious connection between the US military Iraq and the unfortunate collateral damage resulting from war, Khalid had little to gain. He surely could have found a far more manipulative incentive than this attempt to disturb him with pictures, however gruesome they were. Vivek meant that Ryan was missing something. Khalid had more up his sleeve. He was manipulating Ryan in a subversive way. There was more meaning here. Much more meaning. Ryan slouched in the chair with his arms shackled behind him, searching his mind for answers. He left no stone unturned, no possibility unconsidered, no thread unexplored. But the answer eluded him. Unless there was no answer, the possibility of which only added to his mental gymnastics. The light overhead flickered once, otherwise the only movement in the room came from the blinking camera light and his own periodic shifting to keep blood flowing to his extremities. An hour went by. 2 hours. 3. He began to lose track of time. Also part of Khalid's plan. Most humans gave up on unsolved puzzles within a matter of minutes. Those who purchased and played games like Myst could contemplate a single puzzle for 20 or 30 minutes before growing bored with the lack of progress and pulling out the cheat sheet. The best code breakers could spend days or weeks on a single challenge and remain engaged. But the conundrum facing Ryan contained an element that shifted the balance in his mind. He was staring at images that began to disturb him, not for the mystery in them but for the brutality in them. Not being an emotional man, he found his reaction awkward. The more he studied what he could see of the victims, the more he felt sucked into their plight. Unlike the thousands of similar photos he'd scanned since coming to the desert, he had time with these images. Instead of using his mind to understand Khalid's purpose in leaving him alone with the images, he began to analyze the puzzle in each broken body like he imagined a forensic scientist might. How had the building collapsed? A nearby hit or a direct hit? Did the victims fall to the bottom before the falling concrete blocks? Which bones had been broken first? How much abuse could a human body sustain? How many breaks could one human being suffer before dying from internal bleeding? How long had the children lived? Wearing him down was Khalid's objective, he knew that much. And he was succeeding on that level. But there was more. There had to be. At some point Ryan woke without realizing he'd fallen asleep. Pain flared in his back and right shoulder and he tried to ease it by shifting to his left. The camera still winked red. The photographs still hung on the wall. His BDU trousers were wet from his own urine. Nothing else had changed. Ryan sat in the chair for yet another long time before the latch finally clacked and the door swung open. Khalid walked in bearing a bottle of Evian water and some yellow rice cakes. He shut the door behind him, studied Ryan with dark but gentle eyes, and then crossed to him. Without a word he opened the bottle, pressed it to Ryan's lips, and fed him like a mother might feed her child. Ryan sucked down the liquid, surprised at his thirst. Khalid withdrew the bottle and set it on the table next to the rice cakes. "There's a bucket in the corner. I will remove your chains so that you can relieve yourself and stretch your TM less. If you attempt to escape, I will put a bullet through your thigh. Do you understand?" Ryan blinked. Khalid rounded his chair, unfastened the shackles, and helped him to his feet. His joints felt like fire and it took him half a minute to loosen the stiffness. Hobbling over to a lone bucket and roll of toilet paper in the back corner, he glanced around his prison, but there was nothing new to see. Just the lone chair, the table, the camera, and the photographs. He used the bucket and walked back to the chair. The locks on the chains were made by Master Lock. "Go ahead, stretch, get your blood flowing. I need you to be exhausted, but not in pain to the point of indifference." Ryan's mind began to spin again. Khalid could hardly utter a word without complicating matters for him. Navy intelligence could use a man like him. "That's enough. Please." His captor motioned to the chair. 30 seconds later Ryan was back in chains, staring at Khalid. It occurred to him that the brief reprieve had worked against him. Chained again, he felt a surge of hopelessness that wouldn't have been as acute without the reminder of freedom. All expected techniques, and effective. "According to your uniform, you are an officer," Khalid said. "Not that it matters. You have extraordinary control of your mind. You don't express emotion very well. You might even be emotionally repressed. Worse, you might even be proud of yourself for not succumbing to my blatant attempts to affect your emotions. What you don't know is that this will only work against you." Again, expected. A slight, nearly sympathetic smile crossed Khalid's mouth. "You're in intelligence, aren't you? G2? Again, just a guess. Tell me, how would you judge the effectiveness of my methods to break you thus far?" No harm in engaging the man on this level. You're good. Predictable at times and unorthodox at the same time. But I don't think you understand me very well. We both know that I'm already dead. None of this matters to me. Yes, it would be nice to die quickly, but we both know that you won't allow that. So I'm left with no option but to suffer whatever you have in mind for a matter of hours, days, or weeks and then die. So calculating. Arabs are far more passionate than Americans are, I think. Everything makes so much sense in your perfect world, doesn't it? Now you've come over here to show us poor Arabs how to enter your perfect world. Ryan didn't think a rebuttal would help matters. The man's shoulders sagged and he frowned. Okay then, you leave me without a choice. We will play our game. But you must know one thing before I tell you what my intentions are. Many would say that I am insane. What I'm about to do will be heralded as inhuman by my own brothers. But you give me no choice. Like I said, I'm already dead, Ryan said. Yes. Khalid looked at the pictures. And so are they. Killed by Satan himself, whom you don't seem to care about, because you don't believe in God. Khalid swiveled to him, and Ryan saw the change in his eyes immediately. Something in his mind had shifted. Do you know how many women and children your war on our country has killed? Do you have any notion at all of how many thousands of innocent victims the great Satan has left dead in my country? A small voice whispered a warning in Ryan's mind, but he couldn't make it out. They all die, they are butchered by your bombs and your missiles, and it's all so clinical and distant, you don't feel the pain, it's so far away, and because you don't understand the wailing of the mothers and fathers and of God himself when you kill the children. He spat the words with bitterness. So now, he paused, taking a deep breath through his nostrils and closing his eyes, you are going to help me bring the pain of our loss to all the mothers and fathers of your country. Ryan's eyes snapped open. Do you understand yet? The man thrust his finger back at the photographs. If Satan had killed a few children on the streets of any town in your country, horror would settle in the hearts of millions. Ted Bundy kills a few dozen women and the press screams foul, foul, foul. Your Beltway killer shoots a handful of people on the streets of your capital and the country cries out with outrage. Khalid blinked. But Satan comes here and kills thousands of women and children and not a single tear is shed. And I tell myself, I have to turn the thousands into one. If they can see just one die, they will understand our pain. This is madness, Ryan said. The man's nostrils flared. Bring him in. The door swung open and a shirtless young man, perhaps 15, walked in, wearing an expression that looked part confused, part curious. Ahmed. Khalid smiled at the boy. Come here, Ahmed. The boy walked over to Khalid tentatively, eyes wide at the sight before him. Khalid put his hand on the youth's shoulder. Don't worry, he doesn't speak a word of English. Which is good, because if he knew that I was going to kill him the way my own son was killed, that I was going to crush his TMLs, he would cause quite a scene. Nausea swept through Ryan's gut. I don't have a building to drop on him, so I'm going to break his bones with a hammer. To be more accurate, you're going to break his bones. You will kill him, just as you killed my wife and my child 1 year ago to this day. No one cried because no one saw. So you will do it again, and this time we will put it on film. He wouldn't kill, of course. How could they force him to kill? But the mere suggestion of it made his mind swim. Don't be ridiculous was all he could manage. You can save this child a fate that neither of us would wish upon him, Khalid said. You're wearing a wedding band, tell us where your wife and children live. I have some friends in your country who are waiting for my call. They will go to your home, kill your wife and your child on camera so that the whole world will know how painful even one lost child can be. Look into the camera and tell us to execute your child and I will spare this one. Ryan's mind refused to process his thoughts logically for a few beats. What was he being asked to do? Surely this man didn't. Then the game altered in his mind and he knew that he wasn't the only one who would die here in this room. They would use empathetic pain to break him. Survivor guilt and self-loathing, meant to crush his will. The ease with which he made his decision surprised even him. It was as if a steel wall had gone up in his mind, shutting off all but his stoic resolve. If it came down to it and this man was not bluffing, then he would have to accept the death of this boy, however monstrous it seemed. The alternative was simply an impossibility. You'll only make them hate you more, he said. I don't think so. Americans have a great capacity for forgiveness once they understand a man's pain. Their problem is that they don't understand our pain. He wasn't bluffing, was he? The man actually intended to go through with this. I will leave Ahmed with you for 6 hours. Then I will return and kill him, unless you are willing to sacrifice your child's life for his. And then, a tear formed on the edge of Khalid's eyes and slipped down his cheek. Then we will bring in the second one. A girl named Miriam. You've killed thousands, but I beg of you, don't make me kill even one more. 6. The atmosphere at Trulip's Steak and Seafood restaurant in downtown Austin reminded Bethany of success, with all the clinking silverware and wine glasses, the murmur of important people reviewing what they'd accomplished this day and planning the next. The fact that the district attorney, Bert Welsh, had joined her and her mother, 2 days after her selection to be on the cover of Youth Nation, only solidified the impression. Problem was, she was quite sure she didn't belong. Everywhere she looked, waiters in white aprons served customers heaping plates of broiled lobster tails and crab legs while a piano player filled the dimly lit room with music. A toast. The dear held up his wineglass with an infectious grin. Her mother lifted her glass and Bethany followed suit, raising her own, never mind that it was Dr. Pepper. To the next cover girl of Youth Nation, the said. To the most wonderful daughter a mother could ever hope for, Celine chimed in, beaming. Her mother was certainly in her element. Bethany smiled graciously. Thank you. They clinked their glasses and took sips. I have to say, I've been around the block a few times, and I admit I have an eye for those bound for glory. You, young lady, are one such person. I could see it the moment you walked in tonight. Vivat, did you say to that? The continued before she could say anything. Like mother, like daughter. Her mother's eyes sparkled with pride. Thank you, Bert. It was the first time Bethany had actually met the, and thinking of him by his name seemed strange to her. Her mother, on the other hand, wasn't nearly so reserved. Only a blind man wouldn't see the chemistry between them. Didn't they care that half the restaurant probably recognized the and was wondering at this very moment why he was sitting at a table with a married woman and her daughter, with more than food on his mind? Thank you, she said. They talked ABL1T, the upcoming trip to New York and the modeling business while they waited for their food. She was surprised to learn that the Bert, he insisted she call him, that Bert Welsh had modeled himself once, while attending law school at the University of Texas. He'd quit when they'd asked him to do an underwear shoot. Honestly, she wasn't quite sure what to make of the man. He certainly had the look of a model, with large square shoulders and a closely shaved jaw, but she found him oddly repulsive. A perfect fit for her mother maybe, with his compelling, confident demeanor, but that didn't make him God's gift to all women. They'd come to celebrate. When Celine suggested they take up this offer to take them to dinner, she'd agreed. Clearly something was going on between them. Maybe it was time to meet this man her mother spent so much time on the phone with. But half an hour in Bert's company reminded her why she didn't think she could stomach the modeling business as more than a passing gig. She began to regret her decision to let him join them. It was fine for her mother, who deserved some love in her life. Her father had failed miserably on that front. But that didn't mean Bethany had to like the man who was sharing her mother's bed when it suited them. In fact, sitting here with him in the lap of luxury, Bethany felt oddly sick. Here the rich partook of the spoils of their wealth, but in Bethany's world girls were cutting their skin with razor blades to escape the emotional pain that haunted them. She'd even thought about cutting herself a time or two, if for no other reason than to see what so many saw in it. She knew the reasoning, of course: better to control the pain inflicted by yourself than the pain dumped on you by your circumstances. Bethany blinked. Here she was thinking about razor blades while her mother and Welsh were toasting life. There was irony. She decided to bring them into her world. "I've decided that I don't want to pursue modeling beyond this job," she said, and sat back to hear their response. Her mother dismissed her with a slight flip of her hand. "Oh, don't be ridiculous." "Why would you say that?" Bert asked, swirling the red wine in his glass. "I just don't think I could stomach all the superficiality that comes with it. What do people really know about models anyway?" "What do you mean, Angel?" "It's not a marriage, it's a job. A job that could lead to acting, Hollywood. This is just the happen to all those calls with your agent. Was that all just for grins?" The tipped his glass at Celine. "Your mother has a point. This could be just the beginning of something much bigger. Cover at your age? That's pretty impressive. Hollywood stars are the same thing. I walk around school and already they look at me like I'm some kind of monkey in a zoo." They don't know a thing about her. Mother's mouth gaped in a show of shock. "How could you be so ungrateful? Every last girl in that school would kill to be you right now. You just want to throw that away because you don't have a deep, meaningful relationship with every boy in the hall." Now this was more like Mother. Bethany had to admit that she wasn't entirely ready to throw out modeling just yet, but her claim was at least partly true. Maybe even mostly true. "I'm just saying," she picked at the bread on her plate, "it bothers me." Her mother offered Bert a condescending grin. She's 16 going on 21 with a degree in philosophy. Everything about life bothers her when it suits her. Nothing is really meaningful. Our little existentialist in the making. But that doesn't mean she doesn't love to shake her butt in front of 1,000 boys at football games, now does it? A raised brow from Bert. He seemed to be enjoying the shift in conversation. "So I play the game. You taught me that, Mother, didn't you? Play all the angles, use your assets to take all you can from life. Just because I've decided to try things your way doesn't mean I have to like it or give my life to it the way you have." My. Bert's eyes were bright with interest, and she thought his grin was more one of fascination than embarrassment. "You're quite intelligent." "For what? A bimbo on a cover? I think you may have made my point." "No, for a 16-year-old. Too smart for her own britches, if you ask me," Mother said. Bethany decided to take it one step further, aware that she might be purposefully throwing a few stones into their perfect little love affair. "I love you, Mother, and I will learn whatever you have to teach me. But don't expect me to live the same life you live, hopping around from party to party, man to man, looking to fill the hole in your soul with social fluff." Both Celine and the sat frozen in place. She might as well have dropped a stun grenade. But her mother recovered quickly. It was a skill she'd long ago perfected. She uttered a short chuckle and lifted her glass. "I'm sorry you feel that way, Bethany. But don't take your own search for significance out on me. I wasn't the one who left." Touché. She hated it when Mother played the father card. Bethany wasn't sure how to respond. "She's never forgiven him," Celine said to Bert. "Sorry you have to hear all of this. I had no idea." "Don't be sorry, I think this is entirely appropriate," Bert said, folding his fingers together in front of his chin. "We all have a cross to bear. So tell me, Bethany, what's it like having a naval intelligence officer as a father?" She resented the question and considered telling him that she wasn't in the market for a counselor, particularly one who was sleeping with her mother. She wasn't looking for a father, either, just in case he was getting any ideas. On second thought, maybe she should clear a few things up. I'm not looking for a father, if that's what you mean. No. No, that's not what I meant. I meant exactly what I said. What's it like to have a naval intelligence officer as a father? What is this, cross-examination? He laughed and Mother joined him, relieved by the break in tension. It's what I do, I suppose. You're right, you should drop the modeling thing like I did and pursue a career in law or politics. He lifted his water glass. Here's to you, kid. After a moment, Mother pushed the point. So tell him, Bethany. What's it like? I wouldn't know, actually. I don't remember having a father who was a naval intelligence officer. I used to think I should feel bad about that, but I really don't know what it's like to have a father. Ryan's never been home. He feels more like a statue in my life. An ATM in the corner of our house. Well, that's an interesting way of putting it, Mother said. You don't feel any loyalty to him? Maybe I'm not clear. I don't like Ryan. I might even hate him. Like I said, I used to feel guilty about that, but I've come to realize that my father left us long ago for another wife. The worst part is that he's too stupid to see that. I'm sure that he's a good enough person in his own way, but I can't think of him as my father, and I don't blame my mother for looking for another husband. There. Was that what you wanted to hear? They weren't laughing. The waiter stepped in and placed hot butter and crab forks next to each plate. Everything to your satisfaction, sir. It's fine, Robert. Thank you. He dipped his head. Your food will be right up. The waiter left. Aren't you a little concerned about what people will think, seeing you in public like this? Bethany asked. Doing what? Having dinner with a mother and her daughter. Please. Half the waiters in the joint probably know you're sleeping together. You can see it a mile away. Bethany, her mother scolded, flushing red. You don't think so? You may be right, Bert said. Did I say you should consider a career in law? Too many charlatans. Present company excluded, I hope. Bethany didn't respond to the unspoken request. But as long as she was clearing the air, she might as well clear it all. I don't know you that well, Mr. Welsh, but if my mother loves you, that's fine by me. Not that you need my permission. No. But I appreciate both your candor and approval. You're re-welcome. Are you sure you're only 16? Bethany arched her eyebrow. You never know, in this happy little family of ours. For all I know, I'm really 14 or 18 and adopted. Her mother chuckled. Well, for the record, Your Honor, I think I like this happy little family. Very much. A cart loaded with cracked Alaskan king crab legs and 3 large lobsters rolled up to their table. Bethany still wasn't sure how much she liked Mr. the Burton Welsh, but she liked him more now than she had 10 minutes earlier. 7 The boy sat in a chair opposite Ryan, staring at the wall with round eyes that had long ago stopped crying. Their captors had tied his hands behind his back and his ankles were strapped to the chair legs with nylon fishing line. Sweat had washed away the long lines that tears had etched down his cheeks. The camera winked. Red Khalid's pictures peered at Ryan over the boy's shoulder. This was the situation. But this didn't even modestly describe the situation, because the real situation resided in their minds. In Khalid's mind, in the youth's mind, in Ryan's mind. Above all else, Ryan knew that he could not allow his mind to break. If Khalid managed to shape his responses, Ryan knew he would do whatever the man wanted, which in this case would likely mean the death of his wife and daughter. The manner with which Khalid meant to break his mind was clear enough. What kind of man could stand by and watch innocent victims being killed on his account without suffering terrible anguish? The pressure of such horror would eventually break him. But the only way to save Ahmed was to offer up his own wife and child. The similarity between this particular situation and war was inescapable. Khalid was right, innocent victims were allowed to die in war for the greater good of the campaign. To slay the dragon you had to kill a few bunnies who got in the way. Collateral damage. You could try to say the innocents weren't truly innocent, but in the end they were daughters and sons and wives and they were innocent. Innocent like Ahmed. The only difference between the quivering Arab strapped to the chair before Ryan and the innocents who'd been killed by shrapnel from a bomb dropped on a building was that one was face to face, and one was distant. Khalid meant to make it all personal to Ryan and through his camera to the world. It was an impossible conundrum. But Ryan had long ago learned that every code could be broken. Every game could be beaten. Even the impossible ones. He'd given his life to this one objective. He'd saved 1,000 lives by doing what very few could do or were willing to do. This was what he knew. And he knew that the only hope he had of beating this game was to shut down his emotions entirely so that he could focus on the challenge at hand. Doing so with Ahmed weeping in the chair had been a monumental hurdle, but Ryan had managed for the most part. The fact that Khalid had left a clock on the table this time didn't help. The ticking was a constant reminder that they were in a time lock. He glanced at the small white alarm clock and saw that 3 hours had passed. 3 to go. What's going to happen? He asked in Arabic for the 100th time. Ryan looked at him without expression. If the boy learned that he could speak his language, he would continue as he had for the first half hour, begging for some explanation, asking for his mother, explaining that he was only going out to get wood as his father had asked him to. None of this was useful information and only weakened Ryan's resolve to guard his mind. He closed his eyes and centered his thoughts once again, stepping through the facets of this challenge as he had so many times already. 1. Khalid's entire game was built upon the belief that if presented with an edited video of an American officer begging that his wife and daughter die to save the lives of Iraqi children, some of whom were seen broken on the floor, the American public would cry out in outrage and demand that such senseless killing of children be stopped, regardless of whose side it was on. And Ryan thought he had a point. Especially if the video included images of his wife and child being killed. They would be furious at the terrorist, but his point would be made in spades. 2. To accomplish his mission, Khalid must coerce an American soldier into the position of making such a plea by presenting him with precisely the kind of threat he'd chosen. 3. The game assumed that Ryan actually cared whether or not the children died as much as he cared whether his wife or child died. 4. The game required him to play. If he was incapacitated or killed, he would do Khalid no good. A dead man could not make a plea on videotape. 5. The game depended on a camera. The one now eyeing them. 6. The game depended on whether or not he cared that his wife died. Ryan stopped to consider this matter again, since it had presented itself to his mind twice now. The fact was, he really wasn't sure that his loyalty to this one woman was any greater than his loyalty to the American people. Or his loyalty to Ahmed. Especially if Ahmed was joined by another child. A girl named Miriam. The 6 primary concerns he'd laid out in his mind represented a total of 27 independent variables, and he'd dwelt on each from every conceivable angle already, but he reapplied himself to some of the more obvious solutions to his conundrum now. The most obvious solution was to change Khalid's mind. Highly unlikely, but in this game of wits, Ryan could play a few cards of his own and at the very least stall the man. Naturally he would try. He could try to escape. Again, not likely, but he'd considered a dozen possibilities, all of which depended mostly on luck, but he wasn't exactly brimming with optimism. He could try to remove himself from the equation by either killing himself or by being killed. In an escape attempt perhaps. It would require some ingenuity and some luck, but he would do it if needed. He could simply offer up Celine. Again, the thought stopped him cold. His mind drifted back to the 18 years since his marriage to Celine. She'd waltzed into the computer department at Office Depot, 1 year out of high school, and accepted his help in choosing a new laptop for a job she was taking with an ad agency. The job turned out to be a telemarketing scam that she had quit 2 weeks later. The spark ignited between them in Office Depot turned into a whirlwind romance and marriage 4 months later. Admittedly, the worst mistake he'd ever made. Within weeks Ryan realized that he'd married an uncommonly needy woman who quickly turned her lack of fulfillment into the belief that having a baby would satisfy her. Unable to have a child due to a botched abortion when she was 18, she insisted they adopt. Ryan had agreed, perhaps one of the best choices he'd made in his 18 years of marriage. Bethany had entered their lives 1 year later, and Ryan had never drawn any distinction between her and a daughter they might have had through birth. Bethany he would never jeopardize for any reason. This he knew. This he refused to even consider, regardless of the reasoning behind it. Maybe it was true that he'd abandoned her when she needed him the most, but he was still her father and he still loved her as a father loved his child. How could a father give up his daughter? But Celine? No. No, he could never live with himself. Then again, who said he had to live with himself? What if giving up Celine, assuming Khalid would agree, actually saved Bethany as well as Ahmed? But no. He couldn't. Then what? Then he had to stop wasting time considering options that were impossibilities for him and focus on those that might be viable solutions, however unlikely. A new thought presented itself to him. What was the true worth of one child? He opened his eyes and studied Ahmed, who was watching him. His coal-black hair was ruffled, and peach fuzz extended down from his sideburns in the earliest showings of facial hair. He wore stained tan shorts, probably one of only a few he owned. His green t-shirt had an image of Arnold Schwarzenegger wearing dark glasses, with the word Terminator beneath it. He closed his eyes and shut out the image. Was his life worth more than this one boy's life? How could you assign worth to human life? Khalid was doing all of this because he'd lost a boy like Ahmed and he believed that the only way to save many more like him was to sacrifice this one. He believed that this was the will of God. Now Khalid wanted Ryan to play God. So then, assuming there was a God who made such choices, what would God do? Sacrifice one child. Save Ahmed. The thoughts began to run together. Dizziness swept over him and his world turned black. Vivat if he couldn't beat this game? What if there was no way to win? His heart rate suddenly increased and his breathing thickened in the telltale sign of a panic attack. Ryan sucked deep through his nose and blew the air out slowly several times. This was not good. He had to get a grip, clear his mind, and apply himself to the 3 options that made the most sense: manipulation, escape, suicide. The door swung open 4 minutes after the 6-hour mark and Khalid walked in with the 2 men who'd first confronted him in this prison. They had towels, a dozen or more, rolled up. And a sledgehammer. Ryan's world faded for the second time in the last 6 hours. Blood coursed through his veins, pumped by a heavy beat. His chest tightened to restrict his breathing, and his eyes, though open, stopped seeing for a moment. He'd suffered panic attacks once in Turkey for no outwardly good reason at all. The doctor had said they might be related to diet. Everything in him suddenly wanted to scream out in rage. But giving in at this point would only undermine any chance he had of beating Khalid at his own game. Slowly his vision returned. The boy was chattering through tears. 3 words drummed through Ryan's mind: manipulation, escape, suicide. In that order, if possible. "I'll make you a deal," he said. "I've already offered a deal. It's the only one I'll consider." Did I say my deal was different than yours? The man cracked his neck slowly. You are not in a position to be clever, Kent. By now you've considered every possible outcome of this scenario and you realize that the only option that makes sense is for you to do as I say. That is my only deal. Then I'll agree to your deal. I'll give you the name and address of my wife. Khalid arched his brow. Really? To save this one boy? Isn't that what you wanted? He would give an entirely false address, of course, one that he knew didn't exist. A street in San Antonio that he knew ended in the 1200 block. Celine and Bethany had moved to Austin when he'd shipped out for this last tour. He didn't want Khalid anywhere near them. No, I said wife and child. Not wife. The demand was unexpected and Ryan hesitated. And in that hesitation he knew that he'd made a critical mistake. He'd just informed the man that he indeed had a child. Khalid smiled. Thank you. I was hoping you had a child. And I need both. If I give you one, I'm giving you both, aren't I? Khalid walked behind the boy, ripped grey duct tape off a roll, and strapped it around his quivering lips, eyes on Ryan. I'm tempted to let you hear him scream, but I don't think I could stand it. I'll give them to you. Ryan snapped, losing himself. Emotion. That's good, Kent. Because I need more than just the name and address of your wife and daughter. It is a daughter, isn't it? None of your business. His fingers were shaking now. Better. He nodded at the men, who came over and knelt down on either side of the boy. I need you to look into the camera, give your true name and your rank, and then beg that I kill your wife and daughter for the sake of this child. I need the world to see it all. I'll give you their names and, now, Kent. What is your real name? His world started to dim again, and he began to shake. It was involuntary and he made no effort to still himself. He had to keep the man talking. Okay. You win. You sick pig. Captain Frank Barnes. Address, 1400 Houston Way. San Antonio, Texas. Khalid withdrew a radio from his pocket and spoke the address into the mouthpiece. The men forced the boy to kneel beside the metal chair, positioning his forearm over the edge. Nausea swept through Ryan's gut. His mind quickly ran through his remaining options. Escape was out of the question at this moment. Suicide would take too much time now, assuming he could really go through with it. The radio crackled. Soon. Only seconds had passed. They'd planned this down to the last detail. The address doesn't exist, a voice said in Arabic. Please, okay. Just give me a minute. Ryan cried the words without intending to yield to emotion. Watch. I want you to watch what you have done. You can't hide your head in the sand like the rest of your country. Watch what your decision does. Please. Khalid shifted his eyes to one of his men. Break his bones. Something snapped in Ryan's mind. He could feel it break loose and fall away like curtains dropping to the stage. The chains that held him gave him a mere 6 inches of play, but he didn't care about that. He had to do something, anything. So he lunged forward with all of his strength, screaming a wordless protest. His backside barely cleared the seat before the chains stopped him. He heard the boy screaming through his tape. And above the scream he heard the sound. It was only a soft pop of bone breaking within flesh, but it was a sound that would haunt even the coldest heart. The pop chased Ryan into darkness and he slumped into unconsciousness. When Ryan's mind drifted back into the dim light, the first thing he discovered was that the metal chair that had been occupied by the Ahmed was empty. He looked left and right and saw no one. So then he'd imagined it. A flash of relief was immediately followed by reason. No. He'd heard the pop. Khalid had simply removed the boy. In what condition, Ryan refused to consider. An overwhelming sense of remorse flooded his mind. Remorse for the boy, Ahmed, yes. But even more, remorse for his own daughter. For Bethany he now knew with very little uncertainty that at the end of this ordeal, Bethany would be either dead or fatherless, and he was surprised by the pain he felt at the latter possibility. Not because he feared death, and in truth he was dead. But because now he realized that Bethany already was fatherless, he'd abandoned her already. Vivid had he been thinking? And Celine? Yes, his wife as well. How could he blame her for needing love if her own husband wasn't close to love her? Suicide was his only option now. He had no choice but to take his own life and end this madness. It was the only way to save his family and any more children like Ahmed, whom the butcher named Khalid put before him. Something else had changed. His arms. Ryan looked down and blinked. They'd bound his arms in towels and strapped them tightly to the sides of the chair. His first thought was that they intended to break his bones. But then he saw that they had taped his legs to the chair as well. They had immobilized him. Crude but effective means to keep him from cutting his wrists on the chains. They'd put him on suicide watch. A knot formed in Ryan's gut. Khalid knew his psychology. He'd trapped Ryan in a predicament that could not end with an escape into his own death. A soft whimper sounded behind him. He twisted his head around and saw two things that etched a bitter chill down his neck. The first was Ahmed's dead, badly bruised, and twisted body on the just behind his chair. The second was a teenaged girl hog-tied in the back corner, staring at him with brown eyes through long stringy hair. Miriam. Dear God. Dear God, forgive me. 8 Ricky Valentine slowly paced along the two tables on which she'd carefully organized the reams of reports and photographs from BoneMan's files. Laid out in 7 columns, one for each case, in the order they'd been investigated. A map of Texas faced her from the wall behind the tables, showing the path of death BoneMan had carved from El Pozo to Austin. 4 days had passed since Cracker asked her to dive back into the case that had consumed her 2 years earlier, and she'd spent half of that time pacing. Running her hand along the table, examining each piece of data, each field report, each photograph, with the intent of extracting even a whiff of evidence they'd missed before. Her task was a simple one: keep Switzer behind bars, because they all knew that Switzer was BoneMan. Save her though. Prevent a killer from breaking another bone. Convince the evidence to tell her something new. But the evidence wasn't cooperating. Mark Ressner, her partner on the case, leaned against his desk 10 feet to her left, sleeves of his white shirt rolled up, tapping a pencil on his palm as he watched her. The lioness stalks, he said quietly. She looked at him and saw that he was smiling. Is that what I am? I feel a bit more like a snake at the moment. Now there's an image. Snaking through all this slimy mess. Give it a break, Ricky. We've both been over it 100 times, there's nothing new on that table. She shifted her gaze to the black picture window. They were 3 stories up, facing a large brick building that cut out the city's night lights. Her reflection stared back. Haunting. Her black hair was absorbed by the night, leaving only a face with brown eyes gazing at her. To think that the fate of BoneMan was held in the grasp of this petite 35-year-old woman. An odd thought. Mind closing the blinds? Mark walked to the window and lowered the white blinds. It was more than just BoneMan's fate. It was the fate of other victims, should BoneMan strike again. Of should Switzer go free. The people, when the realization that the killer who'd terrorized Texas was not behind bars. I think you're right, Mark, she said, turning her attention back to the stacks of files. There's nothing new here. She walked to the end of the table, picked up one file marked Blood Lab, and headed back the way she'd come, drumming her fingers on the file. I can't help but thinking. But she wasn't sure quite how to put it. The thought had run circles through her mind all afternoon and into the evening, but she'd refused to give it much attention, because her task was to find new evidence, not rehash old. Blood? Mark asked, eyeing the file. The blood work's been verified in 3 separate lab workups. I know, Switzer's blood, both samples apparently from the original sample. But not conclusive. Not conclusive in our way of thinking. But the margin of error is so small, we both know the judge will probably allow the new evidence and declare a mistrial. That's why we're here. But Mark said expectantly. Ricky took a deep breath and eased to the middle of the room, eyes on the table all the way. She stopped, held out the blood file, and released it. The manila file landed on the carpet with a soft plop. Ricky put her hands on her hips and nodded at the table. Matt, do you see? Mark joined her and stared at the stacks, the map, all that was BoneMan in the FBI files. You're saying Switzer isn't BoneMan, he said. I know how it looks, but no, Mark. Just tell me what you see. What do you know about the files on that table? They meticulously detail BoneMan's work in 7 murders. Crime scene investigation reports, lab work, evidence gathered and analyzed, interviews, behavior profiles, photographs. You want me to go on? You see BoneMan? I see BoneMan. Do you see Switzer? Just what's on the table, do you see Switzer? I think I do, yes. Well, I'm not sure I do, Mark. She paced to her right, propping one arm on the other, turning the silver cross on her breastbone absently. Standing back, 2 years after the fact, if I really do pull out the blood work, I just can't say for sure that the killer on that table is the man we have behind bars. Well, that'll go over. The killings stopped. Wouldn't you stop the killings if you learned that they had blamed your work on someone else? Not if I were a serial killer, I wouldn't. You know killers like BoneMan feed off the game. He would find the opportunity to show off his handiwork irresistible, particularly after the public had sighed in relief at his supposed capture. So it would seem. But PYSCH profiles are only educated guesses. They are hypotheses about criminals. Isn't it at least a possibility that BoneMan, a killer who isn't necessarily taking pleasure in his killing, is smarter? Having killed 7, the number of completion in many religious circles, he's fulfilled his obligation to God and gotten away with it. Or maybe he's still killing but burying the bodies, waiting for the day to go public again. Possible. But with the weight of evidence, take away the blood, she walked over to the table, lifted a thick file, and tossed it on the carpet, take away the psychobabble. Now what do you see? This isn't new territory, Ricky. We thought we had the right guy before the blood turned up. Just follow me. Do you see Switzer on the table now? Separating out the psych and BLCK, D. He's white, 190 pounds, size 13, all things we know about BoneMan. So are a couple 100,000 other Americans. There's also his refusal to deny. Not an admission. Dead cats, not dead girls. No alibi for any of the murders. Not exactly a Polaroid of him leaning over the bodies. He frowned, but there was a sparkle in his blue eyes. She'd dated the blonde-haired agent from Mississippi long before the BoneMan case, but they'd decided that a romance would only complicate their relationship in the office. He'd since married Gertrude, a pretty brunette from his hometown. Biloxi. Ricky had drifted in and out of a dozen casual relationships over the past 10 years, but not too many guys were strong enough to handle an agent with tunnel vision, as Mark put it. She was admittedly preoccupied. Not that she didn't want a serious relationship, she just wasn't the type to go hunting for a man unless he'd committed a federal offense and deserved to spend the rest of his time behind bars. Not the best of bedmates. You really buy all that, he said. I'm just saying. Ricky walked up to him, turned to face the table, and crossed her arms. We're not necessarily looking at Phil Switzer. We may be. We may not be. You think that's the way a jury would see it? Depends on the attorney. But I think the judge will see it that way. So you think we have the wrong man? That's gonna convince the mayor to throw you a party. I'm not saying we do have the wrong man, Mark. I'm saying that we can't be sure, not without the blood evidence. And if we can't be sure that BoneMan is behind bars, we might want to consider the fact that he's still out there. He said nothing to that. If he is, we still have a lot of work in front of us. Mark crossed to his desk and sat. I don't know, Ricky. I think you're wrong about this one. And unless we get another dead body, I think the rest of the world will agree with me. You willing to take that risk? Another victim? Come on, Ricky, this is me. Of course not. Please don't tell me you're going to pitch this to Cracker. You know how tight he is with the though. They'll crucify you, going out on a whim like this. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Don't do it. If you do, I'm not backing you. She studied him for a moment, then crossed to her chair, plucked her purse from the corner, and walked for the door. You're right about one thing, Mark. There's nothing new on this table. It's all on the floor 9. I would like to go back to the cell, before you escaped and were picked up by the helicopter. Ryan's mind swam back to the hazy rescue, the hot desert, the helicopter's flashing lights, the disbelief that he had actually survived the incident. Can I get you some more water, Captain? A Coke. Ryan stared at the civilian psychiatrist from command that the Joint Task Force had assigned to debrief him. He'd met the man once before. A grey-haired doctor who had kind blue eyes behind thin spectacles and an understanding smile. The doctor's eyes shifted down to look at Ryan's hands, which were resting on either side of a microphone on the table before him. His right hand was shaking. Like an old man suffering from the onset of Parkinson's disease. Ryan stared at the hand and tried unsuccessfully to stop the quiver. He removed both hands and set them on his lap beneath the table. Captain? The psychiatrist's name was Dr. Newman, a civil service mental health professional deployed with the U.S. Army. 7 days had passed since Ryan's rescue, and each had brought a brighter day with more clarity, but his mind still buzzed and his hands still shook. Ryan glanced at the woman beside him, a staff counselor named Julie Stewart, who had visited him twice a day at the 28th Combat Support Hospital in Baghdad over the last week. He alone knew the full details of what had happened in the desert, but today, that would all change. He was finally going to speak. Would you like more water? Yes, that would be nice, thank you. Newman nodded at one of the MPs at the back of the sparsely furnished room. There were just these two tables facing each other, glass-louvered windows facing another hot but oddly quiet day in Iraq. At times they looked at him as if he was too unstable, but when he'd pressed them earlier, they'd agreed that he was perfectly capable now. The last 7 days had been touch and go, admittedly, but he had woken this morning feeling fresh and ready to get back to work. He had to pass this debriefing and psych evaluation, and shaking hands notwithstanding, he would demonstrate that he was just fine. And then he could get back to his post. A hand reached over his shoulder and placed a bottle of water in front of him. Thank you, he said. But he left the water for now. I realize this is difficult, Newman was saying. But the more we can get from you now, the less likely Command will want more later. I'm sure you understand. It's also important that we cover various aspects of the incident so that we can properly evaluate you. Yes. That's fine, go ahead. Okay, Newman looked over at the laptop Julie was typing into. Where were we? The girl named Miriam, Julie said. Her eyes flitted over the screen, caught Ryan's, and dropped immediately back down. Newman turned back to the yellow pad before him and drew a line with his pen. Yes, of course. And just so I'm clear, at this point the camera is still recording. You. The images of the broken children are still on the wall. Collateral damage, Ryan corrected. The children that Khalid equated with collateral damage in Iraq. Women and children. His children, yes. Newman lifted his blue eyes and peered over his wire-framed spectacles. The boy named Ahmed is dead on the floor behind you, killed in a similar manner, that is, his bones broken, crushed. Miriam is tied up in the corner. At this point you were seriously considering suicide as the only way to save the victims without giving them what they wanted. Ryan hesitated, trying to determine if his admission would in any way undermine their evaluation of his psychological soundness. But his mind was buzzing and he knew that his best course was to simply tell them what had happened as calmly as he could. But they had effectively removed that possibility by restraining your arms to the chair. He gave them a nod. Please speak into the microphone, Captain. We need the audio. Yes. He leaned forward and said it again, this time in a clear voice. Yes, that is correct. Tell us what happened next, the psychiatrist said, setting his pen down. Ryan spoke in a steady voice, determined to appear as calculated and reasonable as possible. They left me in the room with the girl for 6 hours. Then they came back in and killed the girl. Can you describe that for me? Ryan felt nauseated. Clearly an attempt to analyze his psychological response to the situation. It was just like the boy, he said. You said you heard the bones break and then you fell unconscious. Did you lose consciousness again when they killed the girl? A painful knot rose up his throat and for a moment he thought he might actually throw up. No. Newman looked at him for a moment, then spoke in a soft voice. I need you to tell me what you saw and heard, Captain. I realize, they killed her, he snapped. Then forcing back his emotion as best he could, isn't that enough? The doctor calmly picked up his pen, made a note on his pad, and set the pen back down. I think I'm going to recommend that we give you a little more time before we continue. For your sake. They were here to decide his fate, they all knew that. The military could be brutally efficient when it needed to be. Newman was simply extending Ryan the courtesy of more rest to improve the likelihood that whatever fate was decided during the evaluation would be consistent with both the military's objectives and Ryang's desires, but Ryan didn't think he could put up with another day in the hospital, lying on white sheets like a decomposing corpse. He needed something to pull him out of this no man's land he'd entered. No, I'm sorry, it's just... He reached for and saw his left hand shake as it gripped the plastic, and regretted the decision. But he couldn't draw attention to it by withdrawing his hand, so he lifted the bottle, took a short sip, set it down, and put his hand back in his lap, where it continued to shake. It's wrong, Ryan. You can't do this. I'll be fine, he said. Watching someone die is a hard thing. During this time, what was Khalid doing? Sweat had dotted the doctor's forehead. He had exposed to atrocities, but this one had to near the top of the list. He stood by the door, watching me. He didn't say anything. No reaction from him. No, he didn't say anything. But there were tears on his face. Did this surprise you? To see such an emotional reaction from such a brutal man? The whole game was an emotional reaction on his part, Ryan said. He believes we've butchered 1,000 children with no less brutality. The doctor nodded as if he understood, but Ryan doubted he could. It's hard to even imagine how you must have felt in that room, Captain. It was a question. How would you feel? Tell me how you felt. The urge to throw up returned and Ryan had to swallow for fear that he would. The emotions that haunted him would slowly pass. In the meantime he had to accept and deal with them as best he could. as he had when they'd killed Miriam. I couldn't give in to him, you understand. His objective was to break me. The only thing I could do at that point was to break him. So you sat there while they were killing Miriam and did what? Nothing. You closed your eyes, the doctor said. But you felt nothing. I had no choice. You were able to shut off your emotions. I don't know. All I know is that Khalid was weeping and I wasn't. Julie's eyes kept flashing him glances over her screen. He wasn't sure if she wanted to strangle him or cry for him. Tell us what happened next. They brought in a third victim. Another boy. Khalid called me a heartless pig when I refused to do what he wanted. You were absolutely convinced that if you'd given him your wife's name and address, he would have carried out his threat. Go on. 3 hours later they came in and killed the boy. 3. Khalid shortened the time frame. He killed him the same way. Did you watch this time? No. Did Khalid react visibly? He left the room this time. I see. And you? What was your reaction this time? This time? This time I passed out. So it would be fair to say that your efforts at controlling your emotions were not entirely successful. Not entirely, no. But I couldn't react the way he wanted me to react. You do understand that. My wife and my daughter. The fist of sorrow that rose into his throat at the mention of his daughter prohibited him from continuing. Take your time, Captain. It occurred to him that his attempts to show them his restraint might be misguided. He didn't want to appear inhuman, did he? This wasn't the game, after all. The game had ended a week ago. Or had it? My daughter's life was at stake. I'm sure you understand. Did they bring in a fourth child? A male. A little older than the others. They killed him. And who won this little game between you and Khalid this time? The question hit Ryan like a battering ram to his chest. This man was reducing his torment to the consequence of a little game of chicken played between two stubborn bullies. Ryan shifted his gaze to a large photograph of the president on the wall behind Newman and answered in a tight but otherwise reasonably settled voice. Neither of us won. The boy died. His legs began to quiver, barely. He moved them and they stilled for a brief moment, but then started again. This is the fourth body they laid on the floor behind your chair. No. They put those two on the floor to my left. Julie's fingers stopped moving on the keyboard and she closed her eyes for a moment. How long did this go on, Captain? The psychiatrist asked. He tried to tell them. But his mouth wasn't doing what his brain was telling it to do. Instead it was telling him that he was now living a lie, sitting here in perfect control, playing the game most respected by him and all of his peers, calm as any naval officer was expected to be, regardless of what happened. He'd maintained the facade without breaking. But now his mind was telling him it couldn't keep up the charade any longer. The fact was, he couldn't possibly continue life as he had once known it. Everything had changed with the breaking of the first bone. No matter how Ryan tried to tell himself that he could go on, deep inside where he refused to hear himself, he knew that a part of him had died when Ahmed, the first innocent Arab boy, had died. He had no interest in judging war, but for him, it had to be over. No more. The death of the innocent had collapsed his entire world. The psychiatrist seemed content to wait for him. Ryan tried to tell them again, but his mouth still wasn't cooperating. It occurred to him then that he might be losing control of himself. Right here in front of them. His legs shook as if they were in a blender. He made one last desperate attempt to force his body into submission, but the wall of control he'd erected suddenly crumbled and he could not stop the tidal wave that had been slowly building behind it. His whole body began to quake, from head to foot. His chair rattled beneath him. And even now he tried. Tried to stop it, just stop the emotion that was tearing his chest in two. He lifted his trembling hands from his lap and set them on the table, but they only made the table shake. The water bottle toppled over and he pulled his hands back. The psychiatrist was watching him without emotion. Julie had stopped typing and was staring. And Ryan was facing them in silence, shaking like an earthquake. Despite his turmoil, he'd at least managed to spare himself the embarrassment of dumping the pain on the table for all of them to see. The raw agony he'd felt at sitting there in the chair while they... A ball of emotion rolled up his chest and filled his throat. Dear God! Dear God! Tears blurred his vision and a sharp sting spread over the bridge of his nose as he fought to hold them back. But God! God, why? Why children? He could not stop his face from twisting. Though he clenched his jaws tightly, he could not hold back the cry that was already forcing its way past his throat, filling his mouth. And then Ryan began to sob, body shaking, eyes streaming tears. He tried to explain something to them. He tried to tell them he was sorry for this momentary lapse in control, that it would just be a minute and they could finish up. He tried to say that it was the children, all the children lying on the concrete around him, broken. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He tried to make them understand, but all he could do was sob these words, just barely, breath-catching, chest-jerking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Doctor, please. The two words from Julie swept over him like a balm. She was trying to get him to stop this. The subject was failing miserably. He'd exposed himself and made an utter fool of himself. Doctor. Ryan sucked deep, stilled the sobs with a hard sniff, and spoke. No. He was still shaking, but the pain in his throat has lessened and he could speak. No, it's okay. Let me finish. I have to finish. I don't think he's in any condition. 7, he said. They stared at him. 7. They killed 7. I think we should take a break, Captain Newman said. You've been through a very difficult time and you need some rest. No, I don't. He was still shaking, but the worst of it had passed. They killed 7 innocent bystanders, he cried. I can't do this. I can't pretend any longer. I was in the room with them, you see. I can't do this. Easy, Captain. You've been through. No, you weren't there. He was right. We have no right to kill innocent women and children. I can't do this. Captain. I tried to kill myself. I tried to swallow my tongue, I tried to choke myself by twisting my head, I tried, but... Ryan knew now that something profound had changed in him. It had taken days to break through, but sitting here telling them all that had happened, he couldn't deny the shift in him any longer. If Khalid hadn't accomplished his objective of changing America's mind by personalizing the collateral damage, he had succeeded in altering Ryan's mind. Try to stay calm, Captain, the psychiatrist was saying. We can stop at any time if I kept passing out until I finally managed to rub the skin on my wrists raw on the towel. Newman's eyes dropped to the bandages around his wrists. He nodded, understanding that Ryan wanted to get all of this out. To purge himself of the horror through confession. When he came in and saw the blood soaking through the towel and me slumped in the chair, he thought I might have succeeded. I hadn't, but he had to stop the bleeding. He was alone. One other guard was with him, and when he undid the towels to stop the bleeding, that's when I attacked. He thought I was unconscious and Khalid was screaming at the guard, telling him that if I died it would all be wasted. Ryan sat there in the chair still trembling, letting it all out in a long rush. I grabbed Khalid by his hair and I bit him on his face, his nose. My ankles were still taped to the legs, but they'd removed the chains when they'd strapped my arms to the chair. He was screaming and I lunged forward with his face between me teeth. The chair broke. I don't know what all happened, because I only wanted to hurt them as much as I could before they killed me. But they didn't want me dead, that was the thing. That was why the guard didn't shoot me when I was over Khalid. He tried to pull me off, but he didn't try to kill me, and he couldn't use his gun because Khalid was right there under me. Hollering. The tremors in his legs had passed. His hands were calming and had stilled almost completely when he folded them on the table. You killed Khalid? I think so. He went totally limp. But I wasn't really thinking. I managed to knock the guard out with my elbow when he grabbed my shoulder. It was a mess. I was screaming, hitting, biting. I think my elbow slammed him back into the concrete wall, where he collapsed. I realized I could escape. So I grabbed a knife from the guard's belt, cut the boy's rope. They had another victim alive in the room. Yes, they'd come in to break his bones. But I set him free. And then I took Khalid's radio and ran. There were no other guards that I saw. I don't know why. Maybe they were in another part of the bunker or had gone for gas, I don't know. None of the doors were locked. Yes, they were bolted. But I was on the inside and I opened them. Dr. Newman settled in his chair. How long did you run before you called in on the radio? I don't remember. I had to get far enough away so that if they intercepted my transmission, they wouldn't have the time to track me down before the helicopter came for me. They sat in a protracted silence. His breakdown here in front of them could only lead to one conclusion, and thinking of it now, Ryan was filled with the same terrible urge that had haunted him as he'd sat in the dungeon and had also followed him to the hospital. He was a father. He'd convinced himself that he could continue his duties because it was what he did. But he couldn't do them without being a father. And now he wasn't sure he wanted to do his duties. Setting duty aside, he was left with only one desire. To be a father. To rush home and hold Bethany tight. To sweep Celine off her feet and kiss her and beg her forgiveness. They hadn't let him call home yet, not before a full debriefing, but now I want to go home, he said, and a fresh flood of tears silently filled his eyes. You'll need more rest. I really want to go home. I can rest at home. I think we both know that you're suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. These things don't pass overnight. You've expressed some emotion here, TCK1A, but you're going to feel survivor guilt over feeling relieved that you escaped, and anger as well. Maybe a lot of anger. I'm begging you. Please, I need to go home. I just need to. I have a daughter and a wife. The tears snaked down his cheeks. Please. After a moment of thought, Newman nodded. He scrawled something on the sheet in front of him. I think you're right, Captain. Command will want to review your statement. They may have more questions, but I'm going to recommend that you be put on an extended leave with ongoing psychiatric treatment and evaluation. Connors. When will I be able to go home? If all goes well, you'll be home with your wife and daughter in a week, Captain. Fair enough. Ryan wiped the tears off his cheek. I want to call my wife. I think that can be arranged. Let's give Command one day to look this over and we'll arrange a call. Thank you. Thank you, I would like that very much. 10 The seed that had taken root in Ryan's mind after he'd lowered his guard in the psychiatrist's debriefing had grown throughout the day and as he slept that night, until only one thought filled his mind when he awoke the next morning. Bethany. Celine. He had to call Celine and tell her everything. Then he had to get out. Out of the desert. Out of the war. He was no longer fit to serve in this war. The shakes had all but vanished upon his return to the hospital. He felt as stable as he had since his return. Not a thing wrong with his mind that he could discern. He'd gone into the debriefing thinking of it as yet one more game to beat so that he could get back to being who he was, and he'd come out realizing that he was no longer who he was. Ryan sprinkled sugar on a slice of grapefruit and placed it into his mouth. Normally he would have avoided the pink fruit because of the harsh taste the skin left in his mouth. But today he sucked the sweet nectar alongside the bitter white flesh and found the contrast refreshing. He took a bite of toast, looked up, and stared at the empty bed beside him. They'd removed the soldier who died there last night. Corporal Bill Townley from Utah, who had been in country only 6 days when an anti-personnel mine had removed both of his legs. Bill had told Ryan his story, explaining that he was going home to his wife and 2 children as soon as they could move him. The white bed sheets had been changed and folded back with perfect lines, waiting for the next patient. Perfect lines, like Ryan. For most of his life he'd been the stoic computer in the corner, accepting input, then calculating, parsing, breaking down data before spitting it back out in the form of a report to be acted upon by others. A fine machine, highly praised for its efficiency. He had saved lives and won freedom and been a model to follow. But that was the old him. In some ways he was a new man. The old version of himself had died in Khalid's basement along with 7 children. The new version of himself had been resurrected yesterday as he endured the psychiatric evaluation. He couldn't possibly thank Dr. Newman enough. Now realizing that he wasn't who he thought he was left with the mind-boggling task of figuring out who he really was, only a part of which he truly understood. The part about his role as a father. For the first time in many years Ryan thought he might actually be feeling love again. Real love, based on a feeling of great adoration, not simply the dull demands of duty. He loved Bethany, the kind of love that made men do irrational things. In all honesty, he didn't love Celine, but he was eager to learn how. Neither knew what he'd been through this past week, naturally. It was information of a sensitive nature that he would be allowed to speak about only when they'd finished their preliminary investigation and then only if they deemed it appropriate, which they would. The outer door squealed and swung open. Julie walked in, smiling, black shoes clacking on the polished linoleum floor with each step. She'd said 10, it was only 9. Ryan pushed his tray aside, swung his legs to the floor, and stood. She ignored the other patients who watched her walk. Most had physical wounds far worse than Ryan's superficial cuts, and he felt guilty for having taken up one of the 48 beds in this ward. But he supposed their decision to keep him under observation as he rested his damaged mind had been justified at the debriefing. Either way, he couldn't wait to leave the room for good. "Good morning," Ryan Julie said, stepping up to him. "I see you're ready." "Yes, That's good, because we're early. We called your wife earlier to locate her and were informed that she has a pressing engagement this evening at 8 p.m. Central Time, one she seemed unwilling to break. Texas is 10 hours behind us, that would be 10 in the morning, an hour from now. So we made arrangements for her to be home now." But you didn't tell her anything?" "No. Just that it was important that you speak with her. As you requested, we'll let you break the news. Your wife hasn't heard a word." He'd rehearsed his words a dozen times through the night and had decided that he would start with an explanation of his ordeal expressing his new outlook on her and Bethany. She would dismiss any words of graciousness and love as so much more surface talk, the kind he offered her when the occasion fit. In order for her to understand that Ryan had changed, really changed, he would have to give her a glimpse into the pain he'd felt first. And Bethany. Angel. He hoped she would embrace him the way he wanted her to. The way he needed her to. "Okay," he said, stepping past her. He held back to let her pass and followed her from the ward to the phone room set up outside the hospital command center. "So command's okay with it, then?" "The phone call?" "Yes." "My going home?" "Oh, right. Based on Dr. Newman's recommendation, yes. He wants to see you for a follow-up at 10, after your call. When? When can I go home? If he clears you, 3 days. The ball of relief that rolled down his spine should have hardly surprised him, but he wasn't acclimated to this new version of himself just yet. His gratitude must have been obvious, because Julie smiled. It must be nice. What must be nice? Being so loved. I'm jealous. She cocked her eyebrow. Not of your wife specifically, I didn't mean it like that. But yes, really. I can tell you love your wife and daughter very much. It must be nice. It hasn't always been like this, was all he could think to say. War changes us all, Captain. Just be thankful you're going home in one piece. How perfectly true. They entered a room with cubicles set up along both walls, roughly half of which were occupied by soldiers, sailors, marines, and airmen calling home for one reason or another. Julie led him to one of several at the far end, where he would have at least a modicum of privacy. You have half an hour, Captain. She smiled and turned to leave him. Were you the one who spoke to my wife? I was, she said, turning. Don't worry, she's waiting by the phone. Thank you, Julie. She seemed slightly amused. You're welcome, Ryan. He eased into the metal chair, picked up the black phone receiver, and dialed the country code, the area code, and then the Austin number. The phone rang 6 times before going to voicemail. Celine's chirpy pre-recorded voice greeted him. You've reached the home of Celine and Bethany Evans. Call our cells or leave a message. Beep hello. She wasn't picking up. Celine. When no one's answered, he told the machine he'd try again and hung up. Ryan jerked his head around to see Julie glance back as she exited out the far side. She had said home, not cell. To be sure, he quickly dialed Celine's cell phone. Her buoyant message, call me back if you insist, reminded him of just how independent Celine had become over the years. Which was fine, except that she'd become so because she wasn't able to depend on him. Frantic now, Ryan stabbed in the home number again. Transposed the last 2 numbers. Swore and started over. The day was hot and he was sweating, but neither accounted for the faint ring in his ears. Hello, Celine. She answered. For a moment Ryan was too overcome by thankfulness to respond. Hello. Celine. Is this Ryan? Yes, yes, hello, Celine. The phone trembled in his hand, but it quickly stilled when he placed his elbow on the desk. It's Ryan, honey. I was on the other line when you called, sorry about that. It's been a while, hasn't it? What, a month now since your last call? A month? Had it been so long? Yes, well. That's not good. A lot's happened in this last month, she said. Bethany got a cover from Youth Nation. She did. A cover. Please tell me you know what a cover is, Ryan. He shifted his back toward the rest of the room. He had no idea what she was talking about. An organization called Youth Nation had offered Bethany a position, perhaps, he really couldn't guess. Celine, she's modeling, you remember that much? Modeling? She's going to be on the cover of a magazine. Youth Nation, a clothing catalog for teenagers. Wow. Wow. He couldn't think of what else to say to this news, so he said it again. Wow. You might want to call and tell her yourself. I'll call her right away. Maybe I can tell her. I mean, tell her. Emotion flooded his chest, cutting him off. He leaned his forehead on one hand and gripped the phone with the other, choked by his own remorse. On second thought, maybe it would be best if you didn't. Vive it? vs. What was she saying? He refused to reason through any answers to the question. Celine. Where did he begin? Celine, honey, there's something I have to tell you. Something happened to me this week. Hold on. The line clicked off for a few moments before she was back. Sorry. Just Janie and her stupid cats shedding. Never mind. Who's Janie? Celine didn't respond right away. There was something in that silence that spoke with greater volume than anything she'd yet said. You don't even know my friends. But that's why he was calling. He was going to make all of that good. Celine. I was taken by why are we doing this, Ryan, she asked in a lower voice. That's what I'm trying to say. I was on a mission, please, Ryan. Be quiet for just a second. You're rambling. What was she doing? Ryan's face flushed with heat. What was she doing? He had to get to the point. I'm coming home, Celine. I can't do this and she stopped and then pushed for clarification. What do you mean, coming home? I mean I'm coming home. That's what I've been trying to tell you. The convoy I was in was hit, and I was taken by some insurgents. It was when? A week ago. She hesitated. Sorry. You okay? Yes. I am now. They hurt you? No. He decided then that he would hold back any details that might make this rough on her. They needed a clean slate, not emotional turmoil over the past. I'm fine. Scary there for a bit, but it all panned out. It made me remember, you know. When she didn't respond, he added, remember who I am. Tough to be an American these days. No, I mean who I am there. A husband. A father. She went silent. I know we haven't been on the best terms, Celine, but I would like to change that. Still nothing from her. She wasn't buying it. Celine, I'm coming home. It's too late, she said. What do you mean, too late? It's never too late. When are you coming back? They said 3 days. Maybe 5 days before I reach Austin. You can't do this, she said softly. Not now. And he knew in that moment that she was in love with someone else. He knew from her tone, from a long sordid history of affairs, it was his job to know, and he did know. But he felt no anger toward her. Only pity. For both of them. Celine, please, you don't understand. Things have changed. Well, they've changed here too, Ryan, she said with more strength now. She was realizing that his coming home would threaten whatever life she'd built up around herself in Austin. You can't just waltz in here as if nothing's changed. You're right, you're so right. He grasped for the words to tell her, but it was all bottled up by years of silence. So he said the one thing most rehearsed since his debriefing yesterday. I love you, Celine. No. Her voice cut through his veins. You just can't come begging on your knees after all this time. And the truth is, Ryan, I'm not sure I want us to be together any longer. I know that may sound cruel at a time like this, and I'm sorry for what you've been through, but we have to face the truth about each other. You don't know what I've been through. And you don't know what I've been through for all of these years. I don't think you love me. In fact, I'm sure of it. I don't even think you like me. Celine, please, you can't say that. But she could. The fact is, you've never really wanted to be with me. And he knew that she was really saying she didn't love him, that she didn't want to be with him, but by putting it on his shoulders she was absolving herself of any guilt in her admission. Ryan sat back in his metal chair, gut-punched. It was going all wrong. She didn't understand. Once she understood, she would change her mind. He'd brought this on himself, now he had to work his way through it. He couldn't really blame her. "I'm coming home, Celine. Please, I'll be home in 5 days. We'll talk then, I can explain everything. We'll work this out, okay? You don't understand, Ryan. I don't want to work this out. Are you listening to me? Bethany, don't even talk about Bethany. You left her a long time ago." His world swam. She couldn't understand. "It's over," Celine said. "You have to understand that, Ryan. This time it's finished. I want a divorce." He finally found his breath. Please, Celine, you don't understand. I understand that I can be loved by someone who actually loves me with more than just a paycheck." Her words were like blades, and Ryan tried to accept the pain they brought him. He'd beat Khalid, hadn't he? He would beat Celine. He would win back her love. He would win back Bethany's love. Goodbye, Ryan. Thoughts of his daughter brought with them a searing pain that began to shut down his mind. The shakes were returning, and that couldn't be a good thing, not here in front of all these officers. He had to gain some control of himself. He would win back Bethany's love if it was the last thing he did. It occurred to him that the phone was silent. Celine. But Celine had hung up. 11 Patty Rhodes stood taller than Bethany by several inches, all skin and bones and legs. Gangly, she called herself, and although Bethany always shut up her rants of self-pity, she didn't disagree. Not that Patty was ugly by a long shot. She was just developing. Braces, long stringy brown hair, a few hard-fought pimples, no chest, what could she say? Not ugly at all, but not the girl she wanted to be. That would be Bethany, the girl with straight teeth, long flowing hair, and skin as clear as the day she turned 6. Oddly enough, Bethany didn't really want to be Bethany. They walked down Barton Creek Boulevard toward the St. Michael's campus. Around the next bend, Patty with a copy of Youth Nation stuck in her face. "You're going to fall over, reading that trash," Bethany said. Patty flipped a page. "You know, not all the girls in here look like they belong. Check her out." She shoved the page at Bethany just long enough for her to see a quite plain blonde dressed in a red t-shirt, but then the catalogue was in front of Patty's face again. "I suppose so, all of us lowlifes can identify and buy the clothes, huh? Give me a break," Bethany said. "It's all stupid anyway." She stuck out her hand, and Patty plopped the catalogue into her palm with a sigh. "Yeah, well, anytime you want me to join you in stupid New York, just say the word. Stevie asked you out for homecoming yet?" "Fat chance. I'm not going this year." "What? Don't be an idiot. Serious?" Her friend frowned, no doubt burdened by the complications faced by any 16-year-old these days. "You honestly don't see it?" Bethany asked. "All this stupidness." "What stupidness?" "I don't see what the big deal is, and you're starting to annoy me with all your stupidness talk. Okay, you're freaking out with the realization that you're going to be famous. You got guys hitting on you in the halls, you got freaking New York calling you every day, you have a mother who gives a rip. Wow, so tough. Hard life there. So you're freaking out because it's all so stupid. Well, forgive me for not getting it." The mother bit stuck in Bethany's head. Patty's father had left her and her sister when they were much younger, and her mother had gone off the deep end. She'd gotten all the money she needed, enough to send them to private school and live in the neighborhood, but left alone, she'd drowned herself in alcohol. "You're right, I should be thankful. And I suppose I am. I mean, you see me turning the cover down. But it's all pretty shallow, you have to admit, Patty. I don't know, it's not like I need the money. I don't want the attention. The guys." She felt her face flush. Okay, so I don't mind that. So quit fooling yourself. You're just playing it to the hilt. Please. Okay, so Broadway Bethany would never do that, I get it. But you do like having all those boys watch you strut your stuff across the campus headed to theology class, don't you kid me, baby. Her mention of the class derailed Bethany's train of thought. Theo class and Youth Nation had a lot in common, actually. Both sold fantasy based on something larger than life. Call me Sister Bethany, she said. Even better. They could dress you up like a nun for the front cover shoot. Dreams of the afterlife, enter if you dare. Bethany snapped her fingers and hit a few beats. The words from one of Brian Null's singles rolled off her tongue. Sister, sister, what you doing tonight? Mark in love until the morning light, Patty sang, joining her friend in a slinky but surprisingly supple move. Bring it on, baby. They laughed and turned into the back parking lot. Bethany dropped the bomb then, while Patty was distracted by her own sexiness. You really want to go with? To homecoming? To New York? Patty gasped and pulled up hard. You serious? They said I could, but Patty didn't need to hear more to know that Bethany was dead serious. She uttered a short shriek, then shoved her hand over her mouth and glanced around to see if anyone had seen her in her moment of uncoolness. Sorry. She promptly forgot her blown cover. Serious? Bethany gave her a grin. When? This is so cool. You think they'll let me, you know, she batted her eyes, show my stuff? I doubt that's what they had in mind. But it's me, right? You're taking me. You think I'd take, she thought better of mentioning any names that might come back on her, who else? That's freaking awesome, girl. On one condition. Course. You don't tell anyone until we leave. What? No basking in the glory. And you quit all this stupidness about being famous. Just play cool. Coolness. I swear. Bono began to sing Beautiful Day on her iPhone. Mother's ringtone. Bethany tapped the screen and angled for the main entrance. Hello, Mother. Hello, Angel. You're headed back from lunch. Their rental house was close enough to the school for Bethany to sneak off for lunch now and then, as Patty and she'd just done. He called. No. But I talked to his base commander, and he's in the country. I asked Bert to come over for dinner tonight. You okay with that? Bethany had learned about Ryan's call 5 days earlier and been confronted with the prospect of his immediate return. Something about him having a change of heart, Mother had said. He needed a break from the war. He'd had a close call, that's all she knew. But she had to agree with Celine, too little too late. Ryan represented everything that was wrong with life. It had come to Bethany in a moment of clarity as she showered the next morning. Her father was a false hope. He occupied the place of savior, but he'd failed miserably as savior and, although he wasn't a terrible person, he wasn't what he stood for, not at all. He wasn't lover to Celine or father to her. As such, he was a kind of enemy. Celine needed someone close to her during this time, when she felt threatened by that enemy. Of course, she said. What time? 6 o'clock. You walking home tonight? Why not? Another 5 minutes of exercise never hurt. I thought we'd make chili. Sounds GCKD. Don't worry, Mom. He might be a deadbeat, but he won't hurt you, don't know that. He's not the kind. I'd feel better with Bert there, just the same. One small benefit of Ryan's sudden announcement that he was coming home was that she and Mother were on the same side of an issue for once. Bethany thought she could grow used to the feeling. What if he comes this afternoon? She asked. I don't plan on being there. You have practice till 6, right? Right. Her mother paused. I'm going through with it this time, Bethany. If he shows up, I'm going to tell him. I think you should. Don't worry, Mother. Go make a call to one of your friends or something. Take your mind off it. See you tonight. She hung up thinking it might be nice to see the again. He was a snake, even Mother could see his shiny scales. But Celine was attracted to snakes, and at least this particular one was well-behaved, caring, and successful. More important, her mother seemed crazy about him. She's going through with the divorce. Patty said, and with those words Bethany's world darkened, as if her friend had flipped a switch. It was the word divorce, she thought. It suddenly reminded her just how pointless all of this nonsense about New York really was. All the cool clothes in the world didn't cover up a black heart. For a passing moment Bethany hated herself for going along with Celine's dreams for a modeling career. Did her mother think fancy dinners and trips to New York could make up for her and Ryan's own sickness? For that matter, the whole world was sick, Bethany included. Seeing her darkening mood, Patty shrugged. It's not like he's around anyway, right? Right. But none of it felt right. Despite the fact that she was the envy of half the school, Bethany felt as low as she could remember feeling. Which in and of itself was a pretty sick thing. Few people understood how much of the best investigative work depended on intuition. There was the patience required to sift through mounds of data or to sit for hours in a car, waiting for something to happen. There was the eye for detail to ascertain which minutiae were askew, what oddity or normality was out of place. There was the logic required to string together dots on a graph to form a meaningful picture. Intuition could point you to where none of the other evidence pointed. Evidence became the case. Sometimes, intuition was the voice that whispered a suggestion or two when all else failed. After 8 days back on the case, intuition was telling Ricky Valentine that her failure to produce new evidence that would implicate Phil Switzer in the BoneMan case wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But she knew by the tone in his voice that her boss, Mort Cracker, wasn't a happy camper. She nodded at Derek Johnson, a junior investigator she'd worked with a couple of times, and knocked on Cracker's door. "Come in." Ricky stepped in and closed the door. "Afternoon, sir." "Have a seat, Agent Valentine." She sat and crossed her legs. Cracker sat behind his big oak desk facing her with his large, square head. She could swear someone had taken a cricket bat to the man's forehead when he was a kid. They'd missed his bulbous nose but flattened the top of his head proper. Cracker set his elbows on the desk and folded his hands together to form a large teepee. "The ruling just came down from the judge," he said. Ricky's heart skipped a beat. "Already?" "Exactly." Meaning a quick decision meant a definite decision in a case that felt anything but definite. Two of them. Cracker put a large hand on a sheet of paper and slid it next to a neatly stacked pile on his meticulously arranged desk. He threw the whole thing out. Ricky blinked. She'd half expected this to happen. It wrenched her gut to hear that the case she'd spent over a year on was just tossed out because of a judicial hearing on the evidence. The possibility of planted lab specimens. "Switzer's going free," Cracker said. "When?" "Now. He'll be out before nightfall." Ricky nodded. She wasn't sure what kind of reaction he expected, but judging by his steady gaze, he wasn't pleased. A few foul words appropriately expressing her rage at such a terrible turn of events might serve her career well. But she wasn't feeling enough rage to work up the words. "You look crushed," he said. "I'm tired." "Just tired? You don't look tired." "You look." "I'm not fine." "Good. Neither am I. We just had our faces rubbed in it, in case you hadn't figured it out." "That I'm okay with," Ricky said. "What bothers me more is that BoneMan is free. Whether or not Switzer's guilty." He nodded once, very slowly. She added to her assessment. Unless, by chance, he just happened to get picked up for another crime. Cracker's lips formed a meaty frown. I'm receiving some pressure to take you off the case. I hope you can understand that. I can, sir. The public has to be fed someone, why not me? This isn't about appeasing the public. It's about your failure to put or keep the right man behind bars. Then reassign me. Put someone better on the case. Some junior agent who knows more about BoneMan than I do. Heck, tell the whole city that they can now sleep easy because the one agent who is best equipped to nail BoneMan to the wall has been removed from the case so the FBI can save face. I wouldn't put it so succinctly, but I see you get the point. And I suppose that they would love you for it. I wouldn't know, I haven't talked to him since I heard. I thought you two shared all your secrets. He went on without a hint of offense. We work closely, yes. It's better that way. And one way or another, we are going to get to the bottom of this case. The only question right now is whether we do that with you or without you. Ricky stood and walked to the window, hands on hips, aware of her black skirt hanging delicately just above her knees, her black power heels that looked too prissy, too refined. At times like this she wouldn't mind being a foot taller and 6 inches broader in the shoulders. A few extra parts in the right places wouldn't hurt either. She faced Cracker. Your call, obviously. But you know that it'll take any other investigator a month, best case scenario, to settle on the same understanding I have of this case. What understanding, Ricky? What exactly do you know? For starters, there is a better than even chance that we do have the wrong guy, she snapped, pointing out the window at some imaginary suspect. The evidence fits, yes, and with the blood dangling in front of us we made sure of that. But the evidence also fits 1,000 other men walking the streets. Don't tell me you're sure we have the right man. I didn't say we did. But yes, I believe we do. There's 2 ways you can approach this. You can either spin your wheels, scouring the evidence from one of the 3 cases we didn't Switzer for so we wouldn't get hammered by double jeopardy, be my guest. Or you can assume that BoneMan's out there, snickering at all the foolishness in the papers. At the very least, let me lead a new investigation. Let me pick up where I left off 2 years ago. Pick up where? You don't have another body. No. She crossed her arms. But I have some new thoughts. His brow arched. Just thoughts, that's all they are now. He waited. Okay. Ricky paced back and forth in front of him. The last thing I was working on before the blood evidence surfaced was a standard military-issue Ka bar knife we found in the barn at El Pozo and another at the murder scene on 4th Street. The first one couldn't be linked directly to the El Pozo case, but we were quite sure the second knife had been used to sever one of the cords that held the girl. The evidence proved useless, yes, at the time it did, because we honed in on Switzer and found no connections between him and the knives or the military. Could have anyone who picked them up at any army surplus store, right? Go on. Assuming that Switzer's not our man, I'm left wondering what kind of military man might have killed 7 women in the space of 6 months and then disappeared. And I can't help thinking it's someone who isn't killing in Texas because he's not in Texas. Because he's been deployed for the last 2 years. It's a thought. Ricky shrugged. We don't know. The point is, until we get off Switzer and start looking at other possibilities, we'll never ask the right questions. I should be talking to the military instead of trying to get permission to do my job. My only priority should be to stop him before he kills again. Assuming he hasn't. Cracker blew out some air. Now you have me talking like you. If I'm wrong, what's the downside? They both knew there was none. Cracker spread his huge hands on the desk and patted the surface with thick fingers. Okay, Valentine. Go chase this ghost. But if the evidence even sniffs Switzerland's way, I want to know about it. She started toward the door. You should know that one of the threads I have to track back to the source is the blood evidence. No, Ricky, I don't believe I do know that. Someone planted the blood, sir. I need to know who. You're assuming that someone planted the evidence. I'm assuming that Switzer's not the guy, which means someone set him up. Knowing who did could lead us, leave it alone, Valentine. If someone from inside this office planted evidence, I'll deal with it. But that's my call, not yours. I don't want you sniffing around my operation, you got that? Ricky lifted both hands in a sign of surrender. Got it? No sniffing around our beloved FBI. I swear it. She pulled the door open. All that this office cracker said. But she was already walking down the hall and was in no mood to ask for any clarification. 12 Ryan handed the cab driver 220s and stepped out onto Barton Creek Boulevard. The bold numbers on the mailbox read 1300, which was the address Celine and Bethany had moved to after his last deployment. This was it. 6 days had passed since he'd first realized how desperately he needed to rush home and embrace his wife, and this was it. Austin was hot in August, but not uncomfortably so, not after 2 years in the desert, where temperatures regularly ran in the 120-degree range during the hot season. A light breeze cooled the sweat on his neck. Crickets. He had missed the crickets. The constant chirping of insects hidden in the dense foliage that bordered the large lot. Ryan stepped up to the edge of a driveway that sloped down to a large white house all but hidden from the road. The Mediterranean architecture featured a large carport that fed into the glassed twin doors. Home. The thought faded as quickly as it had entered his mind. In reality, the house below didn't look anything like home. He'd tried to contact Celine a dozen times since arriving in the United States, on her cell phone, which he knew she carried with her at all times. She'd ignored the calls. Not a problem, she was just frightened. Confused. By now, she probably knew at least some of the details of his breakdown, and it had brought to her mind the first time he'd broken down, during basic training. But as soon as she realized how profoundly he'd been affected in the desert, her confusion would fall away. If there was one thing Ryan did particularly well, it was understanding the human psyche and response. The inner workings of the mind. That's why Ryan was here, to show Celine that his own mind had changed. That he finally could see it all so clearly. A car's horn blared behind him, and he glanced after the black Mercedes that had objected, hardly noticing. He returned his eyes to the house. This was why he was here. To make all things right. To show his remorse. To beg their forgiveness. God help him, please help. Ryan walked down the drive. His heart hammered and the crickets sang, but his feet moved in silence, stealing their way back into a world he'd snuck out of many years ago. He wasn't foolish enough to think that there wouldn't be some challenges in reconciling with Celine and Bethany, but he would lie himself down at their feet if he had to. He would never use another angry word with Celine. He would buy her whatever she wanted no matter what it cost him. He would make her breakfast in bed and wash the clothes and smile at her lovingly from across the room. And roses, he would fill her world with roses, enough red and pink roses to make the neighbors think he'd lost his mind, which he just might have. As for Bethany, he'd silently cried his way through a numb existence these last 6 days, walking to the cafeteria, sitting through 4 separate debriefings, lying in bed late at night, boarding the airplane, staring out the window as the sea passed far below, disembarking the AC-130 with his seabag over his shoulder, talking to the psychiatrist at Bethesda Naval Hospital, and while flying home to Austin, where he'd had the courtesy to rent a hotel room. Here now, thinking again of Bethany, tears stung his eyes and he blinked, telling himself that he wouldn't allow emotion to muddy the waters once he stepped inside. The thought stopped him 2 feet from the door. No, Ryan, avoiding emotion has been your downfall. Show them how you feel. But he'd decided he wouldn't seek their sympathy. The details of his abduction in Iraq could not play a part in winning Thurn back. He'd lost them before the incident, of his own doing or lack of doing. He would win them back on his own merit. Ryan stepped up and rang the doorbell with an unsteady hand. Celine's voice called from deep in the house. Doors open, Angel. Bethany. She thought he was Bethany. It's me, he called in a croaking voice. We're in the kitchen. Two thoughts crashed his mind. We meant Bethany was with her. They were in the kitchen, waiting for him. She'd called him Angel, the term of endearment she'd once used for him, now reserved for Bethany. Broadsided by his good fortune, Bian slipped in and closed the door quietly behind him. Celine chuckled in the kitchen. No, chocolate, you idiot. It gives the chili a bite. Trust me, you'll like it. He stood on the mat just inside the front door, allowing her voice to wash away his fear. If he could just stand here for a while and listen to his wife speak to his daughter about something so ordinary as how to cook chili. Celine continued to speak, explaining how the QOLED worked. Ryan hadn't even been aware that she'd taken up cooking as a hobby. He walked through the living room to the brightly lit kitchen, thinking with each step that he must stay with his speech, exactly as he'd rehearsed, no variance. And he had to get it all out before she could respond. He stepped into the arched entry and stood in his plaid shirt, hands by his sides. Celine was leaning over the stove with the ladle in one hand, the other cupped below the spoon as she blew on the food as if preparing to sample a small taste. Below her the chili bubbled. Hello, Celine. Her blue eyes snapped up and she froze. Ryan wanted to rush up to her and sweep her off her feet, but he knew he couldn't just barge into her life, not without her full acceptance. He'd been the one to abandon her. Now he would pay whatever price was due him as he won her back. I'm sorry, I tried to call. She slowly lowered her ladle. Now. He had to say it now, before she could fully react. Bethany? But he had to say this quickly, so he did. I'm so sorry. I beg your forgiveness. It's been my fault, all of it. I'm the one to blame. I've been a fool for leaving. Will you please, just please take me back? It wasn't exactly the way he'd planned it. She was still frozen over the chili. Why was she so surprised? She'd just called to him. And where was Bethany? Who let you in? Celine said. Her eyes darted to his left, and Ryan knew then that he might have misjudged things. He followed her line of sight to a man standing by the table. A large man with dark hair slicked back from a sloping forehead, watching him casually, one hand in his black dress slacks, the other on the wood table. A dish towel hung over his right shoulder. Ryan, meet Bert Welsh, Celine snapped. Bert, Ryan. Vivia was Bethany? He glanced around the room. Bert crossed the room, placed one arm around Celine's waist, and drilled Ryan with a firm glare. Where's Bethany? Celine's jaw muscles bunched. Please, Ryan. This is the wrong time. Don't make this more difficult than it already is for us. He lifted his hands, stunned. No, that's not it. You don't understand, I was wrong. I was. I should. I've come back. Don't tell me I don't understand. We've been here before. This time it's over. I want you to leave. That was 15 years ago. I haven't had a single episode since. Is that so? You may have only gone AWOL for a week, but as far as I was concerned, you never did come back. It's over. Leave this house, and for goodness sake, don't drag Bethany into this. I won't allow you to hurt her any more than you have. The words rushed him like a battering ram that slammed into his gut and took his breath away. He tried to form words, to tell her that he would never hurt Bethany. That he'd come to make things right. All he could manage was, no. I think she was pretty clear, Bert said. Get out of here or I'll throw you out. Is that clear enough? He couldn't move. This is my home. Mother. Ryan spun at the sound of Bethany's voice. She stood in the living room wearing jeans and a Nike t-shirt that read Warriors. He saw the similarities to the 14-year-old he'd last hugged goodbye 2 years earlier, but the person who gaped at him was hardly that little girl. She had grown into a young woman. This was Bethany, the beautiful baby he and Celine had adopted 16 years ago. His daughter. He loved her more than even he could possibly have realized. For a long moment Bethany only stared at him. Bien couldn't find words for them. Not for Celine or for the man she'd befriended, and certainly not for Bethany. Hello, Angel, he said. I'm not your angel, Ryan, she said, glancing at Celine through the door. Bethany. Vivat, could he say? She hadn't come to his defense. The PCK, a girl had been poisoned against him. Please. I've had to lie awake at night for years hearing Celine cry herself to sleep, Bethany said. That doesn't change with a snap of your fingers. Just go, Ryan, Celine said. Please don't make this more difficult than it already is. The room began to spin around him. He'd anticipated some challenges, but this. They were murdering him. As if to make the point absolutely certain, the big man, Bert, walked up to him, smelling of aftershave. Look, Ryan, I think they've made it clear. People can only put up with so much, you know what I mean? Ryan hesitated one moment, torn by indecision. But he'd been here before, in similar games, facing long odds, determined to crack the code. And he knew that the only way to win was to outsmart them. So he spun from them, walked past Bethany, out the door and up the driveway, all the while telling himself that it was okay, it was going to be okay. Tomorrow. He would make it all right tomorrow. Ryan spent the night in the Super 8 motel at the corner of Highway 290 and Lamar, sinking into the realization that none of the structure he'd surrounded himself with in the Navy could aid him in this world. Logic, though useful, couldn't he compel any more authority. This was a matter of the heart. He simply had to convince Bethany and Celine that he wasn't the same man they'd once known. And even then, he hadn't been a terrible man, not altogether terrible. He was guilty of ignoring them, but not because of evil in his heart had always been good. Either way, he had to convince them, which was a matter of the heart. But convincing them ultimately came back around to logic and reason. He had to figure out how to convince them, a task that his mind, however stressed in the face of such rejection, was uniquely qualified to tackle. In the early hours, while the rest of Austin slept, he came to the conclusion that in order to persuade Celine and Bethany of his worthiness, he had to first remove the primary obstacle to the flow of communication between him and them. The man named Bert Welsh who smelled like aftershave. Ryan lay in the waning morning hours, ignored the ache in his heart, and dreamed of dealing with Bert. He rose at 7 o'clock, showered, dressed in blue slacks and a white shirt, and took advantage of the free continental breakfast on the lobby floor. At 7:45 he caught a cab that delivered him to the John Henry Falk Central Library on Guadalupe. Give me 20 minutes. If I'm not back, keep the change. He left the driver with $30 and entered the library. Bert Welsh turned out to be someone Ryan thought he might be able to reason with. An attorney. In fact, the district attorney for Travis County. Ryan stared at the file that Google had dug up, and the sliver of hope that he'd stubbornly clung to through the night hours grew. Not only would finding Bert be a relatively simple task, but talking sense into him would be easier than trying to reason with a less educated man. At the very least, an attorney who held such a public position would be forced to go through the motions of considering reason. His mind returned to the image of Bethany, standing like a queen, regarding him with bright eyes. At the very least, Bert would understand the deep longing he had to re-establish a relationship with his daughter. Ryan quickly scrolled down a newspaper article about the man's election, and his eyes stopped on two words bold as a link. BoneMan. He scanned the paragraph in which the link was embedded. Apparently Bert Welsh owed his election as district attorney in large part to his success in prosecuting Phil Switzer, aka BoneMan, who had allegedly killed 7 young women by breaking their bones without breaking skin, although he had been convicted on only 1 count of homicide. The last victim had been a girl who'd attended St. Michael's Academy. It didn't take any genius to guess that Celine had met Bert there, at Bethany's school, while Ryan was off saving the world. Ryan shut his eyes and grasped for a thread of hope. He had to explain himself to this man. Surely Welsh would understand once he understood the way Ryan's own heart had been broken in the desert. He printed the page, folded it neatly, slipped it into his pocket, and walked out of the library. The Travis County Administration Building, in which the district attorney worked, was on 11th Street, a couple dozen blocks farther up Guadalupe. He paid the cab, passed under a Texas flag on his right and an American flag on his left, and entered through the glass doors. It took him only a few minutes to locate the lobby outside Bert's office on the 3rd floor. He intended to calmly wait the man out if necessary. The man would eventually come to his office, with any luck, today. Above all, remain calm. Like a ghost in the corner as he waited for the man to show. The last thing he could afford now was a physical breakdown in full view of the staff. "May I help you?" The receptionist sat behind a cherrywood desk, peering up at him over pencil-thin glasses. Brooke Silverstein, according to the gold plate next to the green lamp. Yes. Yes, I'm here to see the district attorney. Do you have an appointment? I do, yes. Not on the books, but he's expecting me. We weren't entirely clear on the time. Is he in? Your name? Tell him it's Ryan Evans. Then he added to impress her more than him, Captain, Navy Intelligence. It's critical I speak to him. Brooke's eyes flared just enough for him to know he'd risen from the ranks of how do I ditch this guy to him interesting. Please have a seat, sir. She picked up the phone as he backed into one of 4 stuffed chairs set around reading lamps. Her lips were moving. She glanced at the 3rd unmarked door to her right, then peered at him over her glasses. In that look Ryan saw dismissal. She was getting an earful, no doubt. Keep that maniac out of my office. Call security. Whatever you do, do not let him near me in public. Calm, yes. And he would remain perfectly calm. But he would not waste this opportunity to play his hand. Welsh was an obstacle who had to be confronted and convinced. Rather than sitting, Ryan reversed his direction and walked briskly toward the 3rd unmarked door. Sir? Please wait in, you're not authorized to go in there. Brooke's tone confirmed his guess. He twisted the knob, shoved the door wide, saw Bert behind a desk inside, and quickly locked himself in with the man. Just a word, sir. Bert was on the phone, no doubt with his secretary. He set the receiver in its cradle and stood. Dressed in a black suit with shirt collar opened just enough to reveal his well-muscled chest, Bert Welsh looked even more imposing than Ryan remembered. A fist pounded on the door. Sir. Give us a moment, he called out. Thank you, this won't take long. I hope not, Bert said, steely eyes locked on Ryan. You're already on very thin ice. I'm just trying to get your attention. Surely I deserve that. You're sleeping with my wife. Am I? I was at Celine's home because she feared for her life. The comment was unexpected. Welsh was posturing. He had to be. Celine tells me you've had a rough couple of weeks, the district attorney said, stepping forward, hand in one pocket, but the fact of the matter is, your wife wants a divorce. You've never cared before, I suggest you not care now. This has nothing to do with you. Go back to your desk at the Navy, become an admiral or whatever, catch some terrorists, do whatever you want. Just stay away from Celine and Bethany. It took all of Ryan's concentration to keep from shaking. She doesn't understand. Understand what? That you're a loser. What happened to me? Ryan managed. You have to let me explain myself, at least to my daughter. Please, you have to understand what I've been through. I was taken by insurgents and forced to watch some terrible things. I'm not the same person I was when I left. But you did leave, didn't you? That was your choice. Just like leaving my office now before I throw you out is your choice. The man who took me compared the United States to a serial killer, Ryan said. Ted Bundy. Didn't you prosecute Phil Switzer? The Bone Man? Welsh stilled. The killer who played games with me, who killed all those children in the underground chamber they kept me in, said he was only doing what Bone Man did. That I was like Bone Man. That I was Bone Man. That we were all like Bone Man. That got the man's attention. Actually, Khalid had used Ted Bundy as an example, not Bone Man, but they were essentially the same, and the use of Bone Man would have far more connection with the district attorney. You put Bone Man behind bars. So you know what it was like for all the mothers and fathers of the women he killed. Please, he begged softly, please don't take my daughter away from me. I didn't stop Bone Man, the district attorney said. Phil Switzer was released from prison this morning. Ryan didn't care at the moment. He took a step closer to the man. I'll do whatever you want, just help me repair the damage I've done with Bethany. I love them, Ryan. I love them both, and I'd just as soon see you disappear forever than have you hurt them again. Now if you know what's best for you, you'll turn around, leave this office, sign the papers when they come to you, and find a way to get yourself back to Iraq, where you can do some good. Ryan could feel the waves of heat rolling down his neck. Rut, he maintained. Perfect control because he knew he must. He stepped over to the wall, removed the painting of the large brown stallion, walked to the window that overlooked 11th Street, and slammed the picture against the glass. The frame shattered and he dropped the torn horse on the floor. It was all a bit juvenile, he realized. Rut, he couldn't come up with any good alternatives. Even he turned around, he saw that Riot had turned to watch him, but otherwise hadn't he moved. Sorry. I'm just trying to get your attention. Without so much as a nod of acknowledgement, the man who intended to take his wife and daughter calmly turned his back and pressed a button on his phone. Rook, please have security come to my office immediately. And call the police. It was as far as Riot got, because as he spoke, Ryan crossed the carpet behind him, grabbed him by the back of his white collar, and with more strength than he knew he had, pulled the man off his feet. The phone clattered to the desk and Riot grunted as his back slammed onto the floor. Ryan stood over him, legs spread on either side of his head. Sorry. Sorry, but you aren't listening to me. He was breathing heavily both from emotion and exertion. Riot was a big man. The man cursed and started to lift his head. Only then did it occur to Ryan that he'd made an unrecoverable mistake. In a moment of panic he'd done the one thing that would almost assuredly make this man an enemy for life. And now Bert, a much bigger man, was going to rise to his feet and maim him. Ryan dropped his knee into the man's chest, slamming him back onto the carpet. He shifted his leg so that his shin pushed hard into Bert's throat. The larger man grabbed his leg and tried to jerk it off, but Ryan had the full advantage of leverage on his side. He might not be a Marine, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to kill a man without a weapon. And for the briefest moments, Ryan wanted nothing more than to end this man's life. Knuckles pounded the door again, this time with a demand that the door be opened immediately. Ryan lowered his face and spoke in a low, biting tone, "She is my daughter. Open this door." Crash. The frame splintered under the weight of an assault. Reason reclaimed Ryan then, while the was thrashing under him, face now red as a beet. He rolled off and came to his feet just as the door flew open. "Hold up!" A security officer had his sidearm out and trained on Ryan. He lifted both hands. "Easy. Just talking. Put your hands on your head." Reason had reclaimed his mind, but reasonable courses of action had yet to present themselves. "He's sleeping with my wife. Hands on your head." 3 security officers faced him in a semicircle, eyes bright as if they'd just busted a terrorist in the act of blowing up the Travis County Administration building. But he was only a man who'd learned how much he really did love his daughter. This was a mission of love, not of terror. "Put your hands on your head before I blow your head off," the guard screamed. "He's stealing my daughter," Ryan said, and put his hands on his head. 13 Ricky Valentine pulled up to the Super 8 motel, parked her car in a visitor space near the entrance, and made her way to the elevator. "Room 312, Evans had said. She pushed the call button and waited for the elevator car. She'd spent the 3 days that had passed since Cracker had authorized her to open a new investigation, conducting interviews of all those linked in even the most limited ways to the last victim, Linda Owens, on whom someone had supposedly planted blood as evidence. At least that's the way she was viewing the blood evidence. Everything she did was predicated on the assumption that Switzer really was the wrong man, which could only mean the blood had been planted. Although they'd conducted a full investigation of Linda Owens's murder, the interviews had come to a screeching halt when the lab had matched the blood sample found in Linda Owens's hair to their primary suspect at the time, Phil Switzer. There was still a string of possible links between the victim and those who knew her at school, which hadn't been fully explored. But that wasn't the reason Ricky was here this Friday afternoon. It was this business about Bert Welsh, who had somehow managed to tangle with a naval officer whose wife he'd become friendly with. No concern of Ricky's. But according to Welsh, Ryan Evans had made some unusual claims that linked him to BoneMan in the Iraqi desert. That made Ryan Ricky's business, if only until she made sense of these claims. Ricky had already spent 15 minutes on the phone with Celine Evans and half an hour at a Starbucks with Bethany Evans, his 16-year-old daughter who, interestingly enough, now attended the same school, St. Michael's Catholic Academy, that the last victim had. She'd learned more than she wanted to know about their family. Nothing of note regarding BoneMan. The bell rang and the elevator door slid open. Ricky stepped in and patiently waited for the car to grind its way up 3 stories. Ryan Evans. She'd done her homework on the man after Cracker had asked her to check him out. One of the Navy's best, from everything she could gather. His commanding officer had nothing but the highest praise for the captain's work in naval intelligence, most of which was classified. But his record in the military wasn't classified. By all accounts, Ryan Evans had the kind of character that men like Welsh couldn't touch. The kind of backbone that would lead a man to barge into this office 2 days ago and accuse him of sleeping with his wife. The idea of Bert Welsh on the floor with a knee in his throat, you had to at least grin. They hadn't pressed criminal charges, but what he had done was probably worse. She stepped up to #312 and knocked. The man who opened the door looked like he hadn't set foot in the sunlight or the shower in a week. Ryan Evans was dressed in jeans and a white t-shirt, no shoes, at least a few days' growth on his face, his short brown hair disheveled and dirty. A big man with a naturally strong physique. He stared at her out of a dark room with brown lost puppy eyes. Yes. Ryan Evans. Yes. Oh. FBI. She stuck out her hand. Agent Ricky Valentine. You mind if I come in? His grip was limp, but he dutifully shook her hand before politely stepping aside. Phew, this place could use some air. She crossed to the drawn drapes. Do you mind? No, no, go ahead. Actually, maybe it would be better to turn the lights on. She withdrew her hand from the cord. Sure. Yes, light. At least that much. He flipped on the overhead light. One of the two queen beds wasn't made up. The orange floral on the bedspreads matched well with two impressionistic prints on the wall, typical of so many hotel rooms. Someone had cut a deal with someone to turn virtually all budget-priced hotels into one of 5 common models, the orange floral variety being the most common. Mind if I sit? Sure. He crossed to a small table with an empty ice bucket and pulled out the chair for her. A regular gentleman. She set her wallet, the black snakeskin one that was large enough to be called a purse, on the table and sat. Thank you. Ryan sat on the bed and folded one leg under the other. You're welcome. As I told you on the phone, this shouldn't take long, just a few questions. You've heard about the BoneMan case, I take it. It's all over the news. Ricky glanced at the muted television playing CNN. Of course. By the of it, you have all the time in the world to watch the news these days. He just looked at her. When was the last time you left this room, Captain? I've been in the country for just over a week. I'm still getting my bearings. I have to admit, I'm not accustomed to interviewing an intelligence officer who spends his time reading between the lines. She crossed her legs and folded both hands over her knee. So why don't we skip the cute stuff and get right down to the issue? That would be fine. Are you always such a gentleman? Excuse me. I'm here for 2 reasons, Ryan. Can I call you Ryan? She nodded. First of all, there's this business of your assault on the after you discovered his relationship with your wife. Frankly, your reaction seemed entirely reasonable to me. Unfortunately, it didn't help your case any. I've been asked by the to give you this. She withdrew an envelope from her purse and handed it to him. You can read it later. It's a restraining order that prohibits you from stepping within 1 mile of your wife, your daughter, or Burton Welsh. Seeing as how Welsh is the around these parts, I would stick to the terms of this order without compromise. He's agreed not to press charges for that little stunt you pulled because he'd rather not deal with this in the press. But he made it quite clear that any violation of this order will land you behind bars. The man blinked. 1 mile. He looked completely stunned. The police had released him from custody 2 days earlier with strict orders not to move from the motel, and it looked like he'd abided by their terms. But his good behavior clearly hadn't earned him what he was hoping for. 1 mile, he asked again, standing slowly. That's. What about Bethany? You might want to consider leaving town. He stared for a moment, incredulous, then sank back on the bed and shifted his stricken gaze past her. I'm sorry, Captain. There's nothing I can do. They have no idea what it was like. I watched them die. Watched who die? Ryan stood and paced to the window, then back. This can't be happening. This just can't be happening. Ricky felt oddly moved by the sight of this man's angst. He clearly loved his daughter in particular and was overawed at the thought of being kept away from her. But she was here because they claimed that the captain had hinted at a connection with the BoneMan in the desert. She turned to her objective. I understand that you were confronted by a party in Iraq who compared you to the BoneMan. He cast her a side glance but kept pacing, eyes fixed on the carpet as if the fibers at his feet held the answer to his dilemma. You may know that I was the lead investigator on the case against BoneMan 2 years ago, she continued. With Switzer officially exonerated and free, I'm revisiting the case. Your daughter, Bethany, goes to school at St. Michael's Academy, the same school the last victim attended. He nodded absently. It's interesting, to say the least, that you ran into the case in the desert, an ocean away from here. Any details of the encounter would be appreciated. It's classified, Bian said, then immediately returned to the pressing issue at hand. She can visit me though, right? How long will this last? Surely they can't expect me to just not see my own daughter. He was too distracted by his own loss to focus on his ordeal in the desert, Ricky thought, swiveling the leg that hung over her knee. She felt overdressed here in her black heels and skirt. The only way to draw out useful information was to appear completely comfortable with him. She stepped out of her heels, crossed to the curtain, and crossed her arms, leaning back on the darkened window. I can see you love your daughter very much. This must be very difficult. He stopped and looked up at her, and she could see immediately that Ryan Evans wasn't going to clear his mind to accommodate her need for information any time soon. He stared at her with those puppy eyes. Tears appeared, then snaked down his cheeks. His hands balled into fists and he began to shake, just a little at first, but the tremor overtook his body from head to foot. And all the while he stared at Ricky. His breakdown was so unexpected, so riddled with anguish, that Ricky didn't have time to prepare for the sudden emotion that swept over her. This was more than a husband who'd just discovered that his wife was leaving him. Something else was eating away at Ryan Evans. She had to say something in the face of such pain. Do something, anything. I'm so sorry, she said. He caught himself and steadied his hands. Blinked away the tears. Sorry. Sorry. It's quite all right, you threw a lot. I didn't know. I didn't know that she felt like this. Mad could I do? I tried. I thought I was doing the right thing for my country, for her, for Celine. I was sacrificing everything for what I knew how to do. Ryan, where did I go wrong? This doesn't mean, they have to give me another try. I'm sorry. Ricky had wept with mothers whose daughters had been broken up by a horrible monster. She'd stayed awake through the night, seething with anger at the kind of human being who could prey on the innocent with such savagery. She'd held a dead baby in the aftermath of spousal abuse that had gone way too far. The horror haunted her always. But there was something different about the sight before her. Fresh tears filled his eyes and he turned away. Ryan. Vivat, could she say? She stood and crossed to him. Gently rubbed his shoulder and lowered her voice. Ryan, please, it's okay. A knot filled her throat. She had come to interrogate a sailor who might be able to shed a glimmer of light on a killer who'd broken bones, and instead she found a father with a broken heart. Someone pounded on the door. Ricky stepped around the bed and walked to the door. A maid stood in the hall. Will you be checking out today? We'll call the front desk, Ricky said. Give us a minute. Take your time. Thank you. Vivan. She shut the door and turned around. She saw that Ryan was lying on the bed, face buried in the pillow. The bottoms of his white socks were dirty, and his right pant leg was hitched up so that she could see his calf. What was she to do, sit by him and comfort him? She had to bring this scene back to earth so that she could do what she'd come to do. If that meant helping him make a little more sense of his world, so be it. Ricky slid one of the chairs closer to the bed and sat facing him. I'm really sorry for all of this, Ryan. But you have to get a hold of yourself and make some decisions. You can't keep yourself cooped up in this dingy motel forever. It all looks bad now, I know, but bad times have a way of passing. Right. He lay still, back slowly rising and falling with each breath. I'm sure your daughter loves you very much. Teenagers are terrible at knowing how to express themselves. Her mind bounced back to her own youth, a time when her father, then a cop, had been killed in a motorcycle accident. He'd never been one for words of encouragement, and he'd recorded his regret in a journal that her mother had found after his death. The memory of reading those 2 pages from his computer had been seared into her mind for all time. She'd sat there in silence, alone in the house a full month after his funeral, and wept uncontrollably for the first time since his death. I swear I'd kill the man who laid a hand on Ricky. And at times I feel like I deserve no more. I've been such a bad father. Dear God, I hate myself. The pain had haunted her for years, and sitting here next to another broken father, the memory threatened to tear her apart again. She spoke very softly. Listen to me, Ryan. I know what it's like. She loves you, she has to. Every daughter loves her father. It's hard at times, but in the end they feel different. He didn't react. I spoke to your wife and daughter this morning. She seems like a reasonable woman. And your daughter's angry. None of this makes any sense to her. You have to admit, your reactions have been a bit erratic. But she's only 16, in time she'll forgive whatever stands between you. Captain Ryan Evans suddenly rolled off the bed and stood on the far side, looking disoriented for a moment before fixing her in his sight. His behavior was strange, she thought, even for a distraught man. She didn't know much about him, but his commanding officer had made one thing very clear: Captain Evans had a unique and very intelligent mind. Vivat she would give to know what was going through that mind now. "BoneMan?" he asked, crossing to the room to the television and flipping it off. BoneMan, or whatever you would like to call him, was only doing what he felt needed to be done, Agent Valentine. He followed his instincts, just like we did when we bombed Iraq to smithereens. That's what I learned in the desert from BoneMan's work. Beyond that, I'm afraid it's all classified. He stood calm and thoughtful, as if the father in him had flipped a switch and become the captain. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can tell you that will help you. 7 girls lost their lives to a sadistic killer who may be out there right now, stalking an 8th. And you say you can't help me? I'm saying that nothing I have to say will help you stop the man, assuming he's still active. You of all people should know what it means to make sure BoneMan never kills again. For a moment she thought he might yell at her. But if the impulse tempted him, he covered it well. Unless you don't realize that Muslim fundamentalists think of us as no better than the BoneMan, I have nothing to add to your profile of the man, he said. What happened to you in the desert, Captain Bien? A group of insurgents tried to take out my convoy in retaliation for the coalition forces bombing Iraqi women and children. Before I escaped they made it clear that I was no better than BoneMan. So while there is a very loose connection between your investigation and myself, it will hardly deliver you new evidence to solve the case. I'm sorry for your frustration, Agent Valentine, but I'm useless to you. Billy. He was probably right, but the ease with which the man righted himself and faced her with such a reasoned conclusion struck her as uncanny. She studied him for a moment, then rose, withdrew her card from her purse, and set it on the table. I'm sorry for your troubles, Captain Evans. It sounds like you've had a rough few weeks. If I think we need it, we'll get a subpoena that will allow you to tell me what happened in the desert. In the meantime, if you wouldn't mind keeping me apprised of your movements. He nodded once. Are you headed back any time soon? No. I'll be stateside for a while. End of tour. Something like that. She wondered about that. Word of advice, Ryan. I really would steer clear of Burton Welsh. He can be an animal if he gets backed into a corner. You picked the wrong guy to drop your knee into. I understand. I was serious when I said you might want to get out of town. She picked up her heels. You have my card. Call me. Yes, he said. But she doubted he would. 2 months later he went by the name Alvin Finch, not because that was his real name, although it was, but because he went by the name Alvin Finch. Some called him BoneMan. Some called him by other names, depending on where he was or what he was doing, none of which he found interesting enough to think about when he was alone in the place of complete peace and fear, as he was now. That wonderful, terrible state when heaven and hell collided here, in his mind. After almost 2 years of peaceful nights, resting in the full knowledge that he'd executed and survived his crusade without so much as one scratch to his lily-white skin, Alvin had begun to grow restless. His mission had always been painfully clear. On the one hand he was punishing fathers, all fathers, because all fathers were the fathers of lies. None knew how to truly love their daughters the way he could. On the other hand, Alvin was looking for the perfect daughter who would love him with complete devotion, the way he loved himself. Unable to find such a daughter, he'd killed all of the girls, satisfied that he was at least punishing the fathers. Then the authorities had blamed another man for his mission and he'd taken a sabbatical, always knowing that he would resume his quest at the right time. But his growing restlessness had turned to the place of complete peace and fear 3 weeks ago when he'd made the one discovery that would now haunt him until he either possessed a daughter or died. Alvin Finch opened the red robe he'd been wearing all morning and watched it fall around his feet in a heap. The new him, thinner by 20 pounds as a result of rigorous exercise, prompted by the incessant news of how the country was growing fatter by the day, stood naked in the full-length bathroom mirror. His brilliant blue eyes stared lovingly at himself, beautiful next to his white skin. They were his window into heaven itself, reminding him often of his angelic nature. Short cropped blonde hair hugged his skull, easier to keep clean that way. He trimmed his hair every morning. Included in his routine were a shave of his neck, chin, and cheeks, as well as the plucking of any stray hairs from his nostrils, ears, and eyebrows. Above the neck he was as neatly groomed as was humanly possible. Below the neck, he was perfect. Absolutely exquisite. The FBI's physical profile published in the papers had been nearly perfect, but he'd expected nothing less. He'd run the full stats on white men who weighed roughly 190 pounds, stood 6 feet, wore size 13 shoes, and drove pickups, and found similar redneck males to be numerous. Satan. BoneMan, Alvin Finch, and Satan, these were the 3 names that awakened the place of peace and fear in his mind. His names. The odd thing about hell was that it contained a piece of heaven, or at the very least what felt like heaven. Peace was there, in the place of perfect fear. Or to more precise, his peace was found in their perfect fear. This alone was Alvin Finch's piece of heaven on earth. Alvin Finch had milky white skin, nearly perfect in every conceivable way. Soft and subtle like a young woman's, but smoother because he allowed no hair growth, preferring to shave and wax regularly, and because he'd always applied lotion, ever since his mother had given him his first jar of the White Noxzema skin lotion over 30 years earlier. There were 2 things that Alvin loved, 3 that he cherished. He loved unblemished skin because it made all things perfect on the outside. He loved butterflies because they had perfect skin. He loved soap, lots and lots of soap. Alvin stepped into the shower, his time, using 6 liquid ounces of fun-scented soap to lather his entire body 4 times between rinses. He washed his hair 3 times, as was his custom when he was in the place of peace and fear, as he was now. When the hot water in his 100-gallon tank ran lukewarm, he shut it off and dried himself stepping onto the tile floor. Steam had blanketed the mirrors and he wanted to see his clean, smooth skin again, so he wiped the glass with a fresh towel and then used a hairdryer to clear the mirror of all moisture. He studied his image again, paying special attention to his white belly, which, no matter how many sit-ups he did, persisted in showing a small roll of fat. So-called love handles. But otherwise he was quite pleased. He took one of the blue jars of Noxzema from the vanity, dipped 4 fingers deep into the cream, and smeared the luxurious balm over both hands as he watched himself in the mirror. His skin bristled with excitement as he smoothed it on, starting at his chest, working down until he softened his ankles and the soles of his feet. Fully moisturized, he next clipped his toenails as he did every day, taking his time to clear the slightest trace of toe jam from under each nail. Using a tissue, he swept up the clippings, rolled them into a ball, and flushed them down the toilet. Satisfied that he was clean, he dressed in a pair of loose cargo pants and slipped into a brown plaid button-down shirt. In El Pozo and other parts west, he'd worn a hat, but here in the city he found that whatever impression the community had of itself, very few people actually wore hats. They wore work boots and cargo pants and brown plaid, buttoned shirts. Alvin stepped into his bedroom and stopped next to the bed. He never opened the blinds, preferring table lamps to the bright sun, which damaged the skin. Now both bedside lamps were off, but he could still see the faces on the wall peering, and he paused to let them stare at him. The photographs on his wall numbered well over 100 now, all faces of younger girls and teenagers, all staring at the camera lens, all without a single pimple or blemish. All had been candidates at one time or another. Potential daughters. Alvin required a daughter, this was his one obsession. A perfect daughter who could love him the way he deserved to be loved. Not sexually, of course. Only sick men stooped so low. They, more than flies and mosquitoes, deserved to be crushed. His method was simple. Upon searching the world for the candidates who might make him a perfect daughter, he selected only the very best. From the very best candidates, he had taken those very few who, after considerable clandestine examination, appeared accessible and worthy of his standards. 7. He'd taken 7, and under pressure none had measured up. Confronted by their failure, he'd killed all 7. Once having been exposed to him, they simply could not live. But more than this, he knew that he deserved at least some pleasure for all of his hassle. Their bones had to be broken, one by one, until their internal bleeding eventually forced them to give up the ghost. He'd marked the photographs of the 7 he'd killed with a small red dot in the upper right-hand corner. Although none was qualified any longer, he enjoyed their stares and he now considered removing his shirt. The new daughter's face filled his mind, and he turned from the wall of fakes. Alvin was a reasonable man, fully able to control his needs, even the need for a daughter, and when the police had pinned his victims on another man, he'd decided to take an extended break, but 3 weeks ago his hiatus had been dramatically interrupted by a single photograph, like a flash grenade that had been dropped into his world. Welsh, that pretender of the worst sort, had reopened the case after they'd released Phil Switzer. Naturally, Alvin had taken a new interest in their every move. He'd learned a great deal, not the least regarding a man who'd claimed to have tangled with a killer tied to the BoneMan in Iraq. A Captain Ryan Evans, who seemed to have lost his head in the incident. A father. But that was only a fraction of what Alvin had learned. Ryan Evans was no ordinary father. He was the father of a most extraordinary daughter who no more belonged in Ryan's heart, mind, or house than did a devil. Within the day of stumbling across the girl, Alvin knew that his hiatus was over. He had found the girl who would love him as a father, and no amount of restraint could dissuade him. He walked to the head of his bed, lifted his pillow, and withdrew the photograph. This girl would be Alvin Finch's daughter. Nothing else mattered now besides this stunning creature staring back at him from the 5x7-inch glossy photograph in his right hand. He would take her and he would crush any impostor who called himself her father, and he would either win her devotion or he would kill her. Alvin tucked the photograph back under his pillow and left the room, stilling a tremor in his hands. The living room was dark although it was day outside the apartment. He switched on the lamp beside his computer and saw that it was just past noon. The trip would take an hour and a half and he would need to arrive when the sun was down. There was no rush. He'd waited over 2 years, he would wait another hour. There were 2 things Alvin hated. Nay, 3 that were an abomination to him. He hated humans. He especially hated ugly skanks with perfect, beautiful faces and skin. He hated mothers and fathers. Mothers because he hated his own mother who'd made him the way he was, and although he cherished himself he also hated himself. Fathers because they were all pretenders who could not love their daughters the way he would. The way his mother should have loved him. If Alvin had his way, he would line up all the mothers and fathers in the world and break their bones to teach them a lesson. Alvin made himself a cheese sandwich and ate it slowly with a large glass of cold milk. He'd been in this particular apartment for just under 2 months, but he paid the lease for a full 6 months, explaining to the landlord that he travelled often and didn't he want to make the mistake of missing a rent check. He wasn't sure how long he would be gone when he left tomorrow. A week, a month, maybe longer. What he did know was that all the waiting would soon be over. All his preparations at each location, the trailer, the truck, the manner in which he would abduct his next victim. Alvin washed the last of the cheese sandwich down, rinsed out the glass, and checked the front door to make sure it was locked. Then he walked once around the dark apartment, making sure that everything was in order before stepping out the back door and descending to the garage. He'd sold the Ford truck 2 years earlier, when they'd pinned his work on Phil Switzer, who didn't have the brains to eat a bowl of cereal without spilling milk down his chin, much less kill 7 women without breaking their skin. The Ford F-150 parked in the garage now was a blue King cab, identical to the one he'd used before. They should know that the father was back, taking his daughter from under their noses. Nothing would make the statement as much as the tires on this truck and his boot impressions. It took Alvin an hour and 45 minutes to reach the outskirts of the city. He parked in an HEB grocery parking lot at the corner of Highway 71 and B Cave Road, lay down on his side, and tried to rest. But the anticipation was too great and he spent the next 2 hours fighting off chills of excitement rather than sleep. This particular trip was only a dry run, but he took his dry runs very seriously. If all went well, he would return tomorrow and execute the mission flawlessly. He'd learned a few things in the military that came in very handy now, planning being the most important of them all. At 6 o'clock he went into the store and purchased 2 lemons, a box of prepared sushi, and 2 liters of mug root beer. The sun slowly sank into the western horizon, and unwilling to wait another hour, Alvin started up the Ford and headed down Highway 71 towards Southwest Parkway. By the time he pulled onto Barton Creek Boulevard, he was tingling with anticipation. And by the time he'd parked the truck and hiked into his position near the house where he had a clear view of the girl's bedroom, he was covered in sweat. He'd learned long ago that applying lotion to sweaty skin was nasty business that turned one into a fish. So he withdrew the towel he'd brought in his knapsack, carefully removed his shirt, applied some lotion to his cooling skin, and feeling refreshed, shrugged back into his shirt. Now he could settle down and wait until midnight before walking up to the window to peer inside. He'd been watching the house ever since he'd decided he must take her, 3 weeks ago. The fact that the district attorney, Bert Welsh, was evidently making a play for Bethany's hall mother was a pleasant surprise that would complicate Alvin's plans, but only in the best of ways. The fact that still another man claimed to be her father was even more compelling. The time had come. This was it, he knew this was it in his very bones. There were 2 things that excited BoneMan more than he could possibly express with mere words, nay, 3 things that sent shivers up his spine. A young girl's cries for mercy. Noxzema skin lotion. The sound of bones breaking beneath skin. 15 good. Father Horton smiled and sipped his tea. The man reminded Ryan of Tivy from Fiddler on the Roof, a thick man who always dressed in black with a heavy beard that he enjoyed stroking as he contemplated life. Very good, Ryan. I think we could call that a breakthrough. Yes, sir. The last 60 days had perhaps been the most difficult months in his life, a long, dark tunnel without a light to guide him other than his weekly visits with Father Hortense who, in addition to being a priest, was also a board-certified psychiatrist. Under the rather unique circumstances, the Navy had agreed to give Hortense full supervisory authority over Ryan's case, including all recommendations as to how his career may or may not continue with the Navy. To Ryan, Hortense was God. The puppet master. VS-01 would make him the puppet. And the lapses in time? They were seated in a Starbucks on University Parks Drive in Waco, 3 blocks from the apartment that Ryan had rented after moving out of the Super 8 in Austin. The coffee shop was the priest's idea, a way to get Ryan out of his dark world and into general circulation, as he put it. Better, Ryan said. He picked up his black coffee and motioned with it. I still have the nightmares and time gets away from me, but I'm doing better this week. Much better. Good. Time is a magnificent healer and you are the recipient of her best intentions. Time, yes. Thank God for Father Time. Not just time, of course. I think you're coming to terms with the divorce.